This is an audio test 1 for the meeting stream. Audio test 2 for the meeting stream.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Eli,
Teresa.
Lynn, Laura, Matt.
I'm just doing a sound check. Can people hear me okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's 9:32, but we'll wait a bit for some more counselors to join us. There's 19 members of council on this joint committee. We need 10 for quorum, which we have, but I figure I'll just give a few minutes to let everyone join who's joining.
trying to mentally figure out who's not on this committee. I can think of one. But
If they aren't on this committee, do they really matter? I mean, really?
I think this is the only committee in which I will sit with Catherine McKenney. I believe I'm on a committee with everybody else, maybe Teresa as well. No, you're on transportation?
No.
No,
Not on
okay,
trans-
so this is a welcome opportunity to work with councillors Kavanaugh and McKenney.
There we go.
So we're clear, CPS is the powerful committee here, right?
Yeah. Right, Lulaf? You're gonna take charge, eh? Good.
I would like to second that. Yes, indeed. However, today, as the last two joint committees were chaired by me, today this will be chaired by Chair Moffat.
Oops, I have something else to do. No, I'm joking. I wouldn't leave. I wouldn't.
Catherine.
Daff.
I suppose you can pray for a power outage in North Gower.
Never.
No,
We're not
but-
talking power outages.
No,
Don't
thank
even
you.
joke about it. Don't even joke about it.
It's Gore. It's North Gore.
Yeah.
Glenn would disagree, I think.
It's Glen Gower, but it's North Gore. It's
No,
Matt Lauer, but it's Lower Rito, right? I mean, it's like these two different things. There's different
You're gonna-
pronunciations.
yeah. If you're going to chair the meeting, you got to get the names right.
Exactly.
The
That's
point,
why you
it's
got
a
it for
point
this
of perspective. Mackay.
Yeah. Dalhousie.
Maryvale. No, one is actually wrong. One's wrong. All right, well, we'll start our meeting. Welcome to the joint meeting of Planning Committee and Community Protective Services Committee. My name is Scott Moffat. You might remember me from other joint committee meetings, such as FedCo Nominating Committee, FedCo and Audit Services Committee, Planning Committee and Agricultural Affairs Committee, Planning Committee and Corporate Community Protective Services Committee. And stay tuned for in a week from now, when we'll bring together the Environment Committee and the Agricultural Affairs Committee. I know one would think, how can you possibly do that? Well, tune in on June 27th to find out. So we'll start by letting you all know, if you weren't already aware, that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation, and indeed all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people for their valuable and continuing contributions to this land. So regrets, we have Councillor Curry has let us know that she will join around noon, and Vice Chair Eglai, not my vice chair, but Lulof's vice chair, has indicated they'll leave around noon. So we have a 1-for-1 trade. Possibly. Okay, well, we're not sure. Not sure who wins
Depending on
that
the
trade. Eglai for Curry. That's a tough one. All right, well, roll call. So again, there's 19 members of the committee, so we'll do a roll call here. Joey Anderson. Welcome, Joey.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brockington.
Good morning.
Conseiller Cloutier. Conseiller Cloutier. Councillor Curry. Councillor Deans. Councillor Dudas.
I'm here.
Councillor El Shantiri.
Present.
Conseiller Fleury.
Bonjour.
Councillor Huby.
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Here.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Good morning.
Councillor McKenney.
Present.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Counselor Menard,
Here.
Counselor Tierney,
Present.
Vice Chair Egley,
Here.
Chair Luloff,
Present.
Chair Gower,
Here.
and Chair Moffat.
I too am here. Councillor Dean's also mentioned that they might be a little bit late, so that could explain why they were not present when asked. So we have 2 items on our agenda today, and we have delegations, and we'll do presentations on them. If you have any motions, feel free to share them with the clerk's office at motions@ottawa.ca. You can submit them there. Good to get those out as soon as possible so that we can have the benefit of those for the delegations as well. The 2 items are a review of tools to prohibit or prevent rent evictions, and the second item is inclusionary zoning status update and direction. I believe you all know how to use Zoom, so I won't bore you with that. I do have a little thing here that Councillor Fleury, yeah, what's up?
Just procedure, Chair, there are a number of media and interest for the CPS item. So could you just, for the record, just explain how those items will happen?
It's funny because I was just about to read this big long thing that someone wrote for me so I could read and explain just that. They wrote it so I don't veer off path, because you all know that sometimes I veer off path and tell stories that are irrelevant no one cares about. So, as such, I will begin reading. But before we invite staff to present, it might be valuable to remind everyone, whatever we decide today, it will be the next City Council that sets actual policy on these issues. For the rent eviction item, staff are seeking direction to look at the feasibility of a bylaw to prohibit demolition or conversion of residential and rental housing of 6 or more units. That report would only come back for consideration in 2023. And for the second item, staff want assurance that they are on the right track with a proposed framework to go off and study what's needed to introduce inclusionary zoning in Ottawa. A detailed implementation plan would only come forward in 2023. See, I've managed to push all these things off so I don't have to take any responsibility for any decisions whatsoever as I walk out. That was not written for me. I just added that. See, that's the problem as I do this. So these will be questions the next council will decide. And as you know, they can completely ignore anything we might approve today and anything I say. Still, we need to do our best to ensure we find the best approach for staff to move ahead. That will be a challenge with the inclusionary zoning report in particular. Inclusionary zoning enables a municipality to require that new residential or mixed-use developments set aside a certain percentage of units or gross floor area for rent or sale at affordable rates. Staff will explain in more detail, but that's the crux of it. The tricky part is that the city will need to strike a balance between maintaining development feasibility and creating a meaningful number of affordable units. If we set targets too low, we don't create enough housing. If we set them too high, we risk curbing new residential development by making it unviable. We need to find the right balance. And staff have put in a lot of work and research into what they consider the most realistic option. I know that every councillor here has a strong opinion about what rate the city should require. But I would also caution that we are bound by the Planning Act in this matter and remind you all that staff have taken this into account in their report. Inclusionary zoning would have a direct impact on the financial viability of residential development, and the Planning Act requires those impacts to be considered in whatever policy the city enacts. The rates being proposed are intended to encourage construction of a steady supply of affordable ownership housing units, while at the same time being meaningful enough to trigger a market response. That's the legislative environment we're in, and we need to keep that in mind as we discuss today. I'd also like to emphasize that whatever framework we approve today, housing services staff may be able to leverage other city housing programs to encourage deeper affordability once a policy is set. In addition, nonprofit housing providers may be eligible to purchase affordable ownership or rental units to then sublet at more deeply affordable rates. I don't say any of this to try to restrict discussion, of course. I just want to remind everyone that there are limits on what we can ask for, and our professional staff have put forth an approach that meets those limits while still delivering a reasonable amount of affordable units. Whatever policy gets established, we know it will never please everyone. But as with any policy, there is always opportunity to evaluate and adjust. Now, unless chairs Luloff and Gower wanted to add anything, we can go to staff for their presentation on item 1, which is the item on rent evictions.
Please carry on.
Thank you, chairs. If clerks can bring up, it's a very brief presentation to set the table for the discussion today on the rent evictions report. Just take us back in time to November, late November 2020, when council directed staff, and I'll quote the actual resolution, that staff prepare a report for consideration by committee and council that would outline all the municipal tools available to the city of Ottawa to prevent or prohibit such rent evictions in the city of Ottawa, including a review of any bylaws, policies, and programs that may be used by other municipalities in an effort to prevent the further loss of affordable rental housing units. And that's what's before us today, is to give you that information as we requested the research report that was prepared. So if we go to the next slide, please. Just to put everybody on the same page, the term rent eviction refers to those evictions that occur when a landlord undertakes renovations to a rental property and then replaces the evicted tenants with those who would pay higher rents after the renovations are completed. This can occur when people are redeveloping a site and triggering other city approvals, but it often occurs in many instances when no city approvals are being required at the time, other than building permit approvals for renovations. This report was a multi-department effort. It crosses boundaries of multiple areas of responsibility in the organization. And I want to thank my team in planning, real estate, and economic development, but also the teams in legal services, community social services, and emergency and protective services who contributed to the development of this report. And representatives from all of those departments are here today because as you explore certain questions, it may trigger the need for different groups to respond. Next slide, please. So just to give you a context, which is just a high-level summary of what the report says, ultimately the province sets the rules for landlord-tenant relationships in Ontario through the Residential Tenancies Act. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the concerns we have seen from many people are as a result of what the Act does or does not do in terms of managing that relationship. Section 50 of the Residential Tenancy Act specifically allows rent evictions as long as the landlord gives at least 120 days notice and informs the tenants of their right of first refusal to reoccupy the unit once the renovations are completed. Ultimately, I know I never make council happy when I say this. When the province has a superior authority under law, the city can't pass rules and regulations that interfere in the province's areas of responsibility. But there are avenues that we've explored in the report, and two of which I'd like to point to specifically, where we think there's some value to proceed and do more work and try to action to address the concerns that we see and have seen more of lately and are concerned to share the concern of council for these matters. So, the report we looked at other opportunities. There are examples in other provinces of more aggressive strategies, but we don't have the same legislative framework in Ontario. So we really primarily have to look at what's possible under Ontario law. So we have looked at reviews of bylaws, policies, and programs, and also potential tools on specifically under Section 99 of the Municipal Act. Next slide, please. So recommendation number one is specifically to go to the province and ask them, because they have the responsibility to step up the protections for tenants in the process of rent evictions. And so I think we recommend that council take a definitive position with the province that we would like them to update the Residential Tenancies Act and review other legislation to prohibit instances of a particularly affordable rental housing stock, and look at the process and do process improvements. And there are both changes to the legislation that are probably required, and there certainly are administrative improvements under the legislation that currently exists, because it's a very, very difficult process for landlords and tenants to navigate. I don't think anybody's particularly happy these days of how it works. So there are improvements required on both sides. So we recommend that council take a position. The province has to take a deep look at this and update the legislation. Second slide, please. Next slide, please. Second recommendation is that to direct the staff to, as a joint departmental effort, to explore the feasibility and potential resource implications to adopt a bylaw under Section 99(1) of the Municipal Act to prohibit without replacement the full or partial demolition and conversion of rental and residential rental housing stock of 6 or more units without a permit issued the city, and possibly amending the demolition control bylaw to align with that. And really this is modeled on what is in place in the city of Toronto. The only other jurisdiction in Ontario who's actually put this work in place. And we would like to model what we do on that, but we'll have to report back to council on the nature of the bylaw, what it means, how it would be administered, how it would work, and where, in what manner would it be effective to address the issue. As I said, City of Toronto already has this in place, and we need to work at the city, look at how they've written it, how they administer it, what type of, under which department is it under, and how does that actually work inside their administration? How does it align with other approvals that are in place? So, chairs, that if I can, my final slide is that we are continuing to look at opportunities interdepartmentally to coordinate the resources, and we do believe, and there's motions and directions on the floor today about further work about giving more information to the public on this, and I think those are helpful conversation to have today. And we have started preliminary work with legal and community partners to develop the processes that would support the direction that we're recommending today. So thank you, chairs.
Thank you. So we have a number of delegations on this file in particular, but I know we have at least a technical amendment from Chair Gower. So I'll ask if we can deal with that. We also, my understanding is, I'm not sure where they're at this moment, but Councillor Kavanaugh had a couple of motions that were in draft form. I'm not sure if they're finally prepared to be introduced at this time.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's on tenant education, and I'm willing to work with staff on that. It's just about using our website, which already has tenant information, just to provide further links and for people who are experiencing eviction due to renovations,
Okay.
displacement. So
when that's finalized, we can come back and introduce that formally.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good. So, Councillor Gower, you had a technical amendment.
I do. I'm just trying to open it on my computer, but if I see it on the Zoom screen first, I can read from there. Aha, thank you. So whereas on page 7 of the report, the quote referencing recommendation 2 does not accurately reflect the staff recommendation as written on page 1 of the report, therefore be it resolved that with respect to the report, the paragraph referencing recommendation 2 be deleted in its entirety and be substituted with the following wording. Recommendation 2, direct planning, real estate and economic development and community and social services staff to, as a joint departmental work plan item, explore the feasibility and identify potential resource implications to the adoption and implementation of a bylaw under section 99.1 of the Municipal Act to prohibit without replacement the full or partial demolition or conversion of residential and rental housing of 6 or more units without a permit issued by the city, possibly by amending the demolition control bylaw, and report back by Q2 2023.
All right, thank you. So we'll get to, so we have on this item in particular, we have 33 delegations registered to speak. We have more on the second, not more in volume, but just more in general. So we'll start with our first delegation, which is Meg Mccallum from the Alliance To End Homelessness. Meg will be followed by Norma Jean Quibble and Natalie Appleyard.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All right, thank you, Chair Moffat. Good morning, members of the Planning Committee and Community and Protective Services, and thank you for this opportunity to comment on the report on review of the tools to prohibit or prevent rent evictions. My name is Meg Mccallum, and I'm the Interim Executive Director at the Ottawa Alliance To End Homelessness, and I'm replacing Katie Burkholder-Harris while she's off on parental leave for the rest of the year. The Alliance represents 70 agencies in the housing and homelessness sector in Ottawa, working together to end homelessness through systems planning and coordination, public education and advocacy, and community-wide mobilization. I want to start this morning by saying that we can end homelessness. It's a systems issue and it needs systems level solutions. Maintaining the crisis is expensive and solving it is the economical solution. Municipalities across Canada are seeing the effects of systems change, with Waterloo seeing a 60% reduction in family homelessness and Edmonton having a 43% reduction in overall homelessness, and as just a couple of examples. These communities don't have more housing, more resources, or fewer challenges. What they have done is taken an approach that focuses on a common vision, real-time data, and coordination across agencies and the municipality. In order to change our course in Ottawa, we need to work together to stop the loss, preserve the quality of what we have, and create more. Strong municipal policies to strengthen tenant protections against renovictions and demevictions are powerful tools at the city's disposal to stop the loss of existing affordable housing. These policies should strengthen the enforcement of existing renoviction and demeviction bylaws and include the following conditions. The landlord must have received approval on all permits with the city in advance of issuing a notice to tenants of renoviction or demeviction. The city should be responsible for providing information to tenants on their legal rights to compensation, and they should ensure tenants who are temporarily displaced during renovations or demolitions are rehoused at the same rate of rent, similar to the Toronto Demolition Control Bylaw. So specifically commenting on the staff report, the report does take some steps forward towards stopping the loss of existing affordable rental housing. And the Alliance supports the recommendations to ask the province to update the Residential Tenancies Act to protect existing tenants and affordable rental housing stock, and to direct staff to explore the adoption of the bylaw similar to the Toronto bylaw. But there is another tool that we would recommend that the city consider. In addition to the focus on demolition control, another key area within the city's purview is building permits. Many renovictions will require the city to issue a building permit. We would recommend that the approval process include a questionnaire asking if the space to be renovated includes rental housing and if tenants will have to be relocated for the work to be completed. For example, is this space residential? Will tenants have to be relocated for work to be completed? What is the duration of the relocation? And will tenants be given first right of refusal at their existing rents? The answers to this questionnaire could trigger a requirement to properly inform tenants of their rights and who they can contact for legal advice if needed. We would recommend that the city take on the responsibility of informing tenants rather than the property owner or landlord. The building permit has to be posted on site for the duration of the work. And here too, there's an opportunity to add information onto that building permit if it's a residential space, including the answers from the questionnaire that the city had asked and providing city contact details for any questions from tenants. This would provide a new level of transparency for tenants. Additionally, we would recommend that the city could play a key role in protecting the rights of tenants and prohibiting and preventing rent evictions by assigning an independent housing ombudsperson to implement the right to housing in line with the federal commitment to housing as a human right. The ombudsperson's work would include reviewing submissions of violations of the right to housing, monitoring progress in meeting timelines and targets of the 10-year plan, and giving City Council recommendations to fulfill its human rights obligations. So taken all together, the staff report takes some steps towards stopping the loss of affordable housing and addressing the housing and homelessness emergency. This is an important opportunity to make systems level change toward ending homelessness, and I would encourage members of the Planning Committee and Community and Protective Services Committee to push for strong tenant protections and stop the loss of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A question for you from Councillor Eglai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's more a comment in line with what you were suggesting about any motions, directions, whatever. I want to thank the delegate for suggesting that there be a change in the format for the requesting building permits, which would then trigger an education piece for tenants. So I think a direction would probably be appropriate, and I just want to put staff on notice that I'll work on a direction to that effect. And if staff thinks direction's not the right way and we have to do it some other way, if they could just send me an email, let me know what route. But that seems like a very reasonable approach to things and would make sure that people have as much advance notice of what their options are going forward. So I'll leave that with staff to get back to me. Otherwise, I will put together a direction, Chair, in that regard. And again, thank you for the delegate for raising that very practical point.
Thanks. I believe there might be a couple directions coming from Councillor McKenney, who has their hand up and may have already covered this off.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair, and thanks to Councillor Eglai for also raising it. I do have a direction that's just been sent in. I've worked with staff yesterday on that exactly. Thank you, Meg. It would direct staff to look at a more proactive tenant education program that would be triggered through building permit or zoning bylaw or official plan amendment. So that, because often, we do hear from tenants who, didn't know what their full rights were and move forward in a way that was detrimental to them. So until we can get a change in the municipal act, certainly to prevent demolitions, evictions, it is key to make sure that we're letting people know what their rights are. So thank you for that.
You unmute, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I must have been unmuted the whole time. Councillor Fleury, you had your hand up, but I understand that you probably likely heard it. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. Motion to change chairs.
Motion denied.
So section, I'm just taking a look at the Toronto rules and trying to figure out, because a lot of what we're going to talk about today, I assume, is going to be jurisdiction. So the Toronto prohibition against demolishing rental units is specifically contained in section 111 of the City of Toronto Act. Meg, do we have a similar power under the Municipal Act? Because of course, or under the City of Ottawa Act?
I would defer to the planning staff on that. Sorry, okay. I don't have the answer to that.
No, that's okay. It's I think there's going to be a lot of things asserted that come from other jurisdictions today that I want to try to come to grips with whether or not we have the power in Ottawa to be able to do. So Toronto's Act, City of Toronto Act, under land use planning, section 111, which is the authority under which they then derive the ability under their demolition control bylaw to put in place some of the things that you're talking about. Section 111 of the City of Toronto Act says the city may prohibit and regulate the demolition of residential rental properties and may prohibit and regulate the conversion of residential rental properties to a purpose other than the purpose of a residential rental property. That seems like a very specific power that I'm not certain Ottawa has. So this will be part of the questioning that I have for staff. Okay, thanks, Meg.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes, thanks. Given that there are motions on education coming up that are tied to building code, which I think is stronger, I won't go forward with my motion. It was just basically on education, but I would prefer to see something that is tied to other processes. So I'm going to put that aside, if that's okay, because I think what Councillor McKenney's putting forward would work better. If that's okay with the committee.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Meg, for your time. We'll see you in a few hours on item 2. Our second speaker is Norma Jean Quibble. Norma, nice to see you again.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Norma Jean Quibble, and I am a member of the board for Ottawa Acorn. Acorn has been campaigning to stop mass displacement as a result of redevelopment, renovictions, and demevictions since 2015. This came as a result as the first round of mass evictions by Timber Creek, now known as Hazelview, in Haringate. Since then, Acorn has continued to organize against demevictions in Haringate and has formed tenant unions in neighborhoods such as Vanier, Centertown, and Manor Village, where tenants are at risk of evictions due to corporate gentrification. From 2011 to 2016, 15 affordable homes on the private market were lost for every social housing unit built. 2 of the major contributing factors were renoviction and demeviction. As such, we cannot simply build our way out of the housing crisis. It is imperative that to the city to do everything within its power to protect existing affordable housing. and ensure that development doesn't come at the cost of tenants being priced out of their neighborhoods. The scale of the problem should not be underestimated. In January of this year, Acorn went through the application for redevelopment on the city's website to better understand the state of demolitions in Ottawa. It turns out there were a total of 23 to 29 applicators across the city that will lead to demevictions. A rough estimate shows that more than 5,500 tenants will be impacted if these applications were to proceed. This is by no means a comprehensive estimate, as it does not encapsulate N13 eviction notices sent to tenants before applying for permits, and landlords who use aggressive tactics such as buyouts and N11s to push long-term tenants out. We expect this estimate to be much greater. So I'm sure all of you have heard Acorn's demands before. We're asking for an anti-displacement policy. We also want to see a rent-eviction bylaw. We also want a tenants defense fund, which would help them fight against predatory landlords. And we also want to see a proactive tenants education program. A lot of what is being recommended has been said that these things would be redundant, but we reached out to Raven Law, which is an Ottawa-based law firm, to examine whether the Burnaby and New Westminster models were legally feasible in Ontario. Their legal opinion explains how it is definitely within the city's municipal powers. So we would like to see a lot of what we're asking for to be implemented. One of our major demands for the anti-displacement would be a 1-to-1 or 25%, whichever is greater, replacement of affordable rental units in new development, providing tenants temporary accommodations for rent or rental top-ups during construction for new development, so tenants are not temporarily displaced. We'd also like to see costs for moving being accommodated, as well as offering existing tenants the right of first refusal in new units at the same rent and number of bedrooms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for mispronouncing your last name.
That's okay.
Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Chair. More of a response to Norma. Norma, thank you for your volunteer work and Acorn's work in our community. I have seen the legal review that was submitted, and I am, Chair, I am bringing a motion or direction, however the clerk wants to receive it, to get our city's legal to review it and provide a memo ahead of council. So I'll be, just for your information, I'll be doing that. I think once you have lawyers going back and forth, it's important to have the city do its review as well. So just as information, and Chair, we can take it offline, or I'm glad to introduce it, the direction or the motion as appropriate.
Yeah, I think we'll just wait till we get through, and then we'll bring them all together so that there's clarity on all of them. Thank you. Thank you, Norma. Oh, sorry. Just hold on a second. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Oh, just a quick thank you, Norma, for all your work with Acorn. And I appreciate that this is a tough time with all the changes. I'd like to work with the other councillors, Councillor McKenney, in regards to the education, and I just wanted to get your feedback on the importance of that.
So we feel that it would be very important to start a proactive program. We have a few things that we have outlined in our demands for that program. Let me just find my paper. I'm sorry. Nope, that's okay. So we want, one of the things that happens is as soon as there is a building that is changing ownership or permits or zoning applications, that the education immediately gets activated. We also would like this to be activated if there's been reports of buyouts and N13 notices, because we found that a lot of tenants don't understand what these processes are and what they mean. We also would like that when there is a change in the building at all, sharing contact info for financial support, including that the Tenants Defense Fund, which would include money for defending themselves at the Landlord Tenant Board for things like AGIs or other things that landlords try to push on tenants who do not have the means to defend themselves. We also would like them to have a proactive property standard by bylaw, which would include bylaw being at the building and telling them what is going on, and checking the building for any maintenance defaults, because unfortunately when landlords switch ownerships or they're planning on demolishing the building, they tend to stop doing repairs to common areas and tenants' units. We would also like to see community and tenant support organizations like Community Legal Services, Action, Logement, Housing Help, and Acorn contacted to help support these tenants, and generally tenants' rights regarding displacement. So those are our main demands when it comes to that section of our housing program. And yeah, any other information is available on our website, as you all know, and you can also contact the Ottawa Acorn staff for any questions you guys have. Does
Thank you.
that clear up what you were asking?
Yeah, we'll be putting these questions to city staff to see what we can do. Okay,
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh, and thank you, Norm. So we move now to Natalie Appleyard. Following that, we have Patricia Holst, and last, Mazambani. Natalie, go ahead. Oh, we lost her. Natalie was right there. She's went to unmute and then disappeared. Oh, there we are. Pat, sorry, you're just unmuted. So if you can mute Pat, and then we'll come to you after Natalie. All right, go ahead, Natalie. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Natalie Appleyard, and I'm a member of Acorn's Barrhaven chapter. And it sounds like you're all very familiar with the work of Acorn, but I think the real unique value that is brought is that together Acorn members and allies advocate for meaningful solutions and accountability, demanding that those most impacted by these policy decisions have a say in how they're designed, implemented, and evaluated. I also work as a socioeconomic policy analyst at Citizens for Public Justice, an organization inspired by faith to act for justice. And we use a rights-based intersectional approach to do public policy research, education, and advocacy with diverse partners across the country. And I think a couple of you on the call also might know me from when I was an elementary teacher in Ottawa. So I'm speaking today in support of Acorn's inclusionary zoning and renoviction, demoviction campaigns, because while adequate housing is a human right, it is not yet a lived reality for far too many people. And in fact, as I'm sure you've heard repeatedly, there are over 10,000 rights-bearing individual people on Ottawa's social housing waitlist, with some people waiting around 10 years to get appropriate housing. And with the increased financialization of the housing market, skyrocketing rental rates and ongoing renovictions, as well as the socioeconomic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, our city's response to the housing crisis has not kept pace with this need, let alone making progress in reducing it. So that's over 10,000 residents of this city whose rights are being violated by our policy decisions. That's thousands of people who are forced to make impossible choices, like going without food or medication because the rent comes first. It means going without social connection. It means living in unsafe, unhealthy conditions, whether that's because of mold or domestic abuse, because people have nowhere else to go. It means kids struggling to learn and grow at school because hunger, having to keep changing schools, if they're getting shuffled from one shelter to another, or they're living with overcrowding or lack of safety, all affects our mental, physical, and social development. So while these kids are accessing their right to education, they don't have the same opportunity to succeed. We all share the same fundamental human rights, but we don't all have the same chance to experience them as a lived reality. And because of intersecting systemic barriers, we don't all have the same say in decisions that determine whether or not our rights are upheld. And that's why Acorn's work is so important. In October of 2020, I emailed our mayor and certain city councillors about my concerns with the proposed plan for the LRT, which then would have destroyed over 100 affordable housing units south of Knoxdale Road, a decision that I'm glad to hear was recently changed. But the response I received from our mayor was quite telling to me. And so in his email response, he wrote that the long lead time of the LRT project would provide residents of affected properties the required time to consider other appropriate housing options before the need to relocate, and that the city would provide updates on timelines so residents could plan accordingly. Even with a promise to work with affordable housing providers to find alternative housing options, this response was totally incongruous with the reality of Ottawa's housing crisis. It's a classic example of why the people who are most impacted by your decisions on city spending and regulations must be at the center of these deliberations. If we're going to be a city that upholds human rights, a city where all people and all of creation can flourish, we need to use every lever at our disposal. And all of us here know that we don't have limitless buckets of money and that there are limits to our jurisdictional powers. But we do have the power to choose how we prioritize our spending. We do have the power to require developers, housing providers, and landlords to do their part to contribute to our collective well-being and not consider only their profits. The fallacy of trickle-down economics has been proven time and again to undermine real solutions for healthy, vibrant, and sustainable communities. And our actions must be commensurate with the crises we're facing, both addressing the immediate needs of people who are experiencing core housing need or homelessness and their underlying structural causes. So again, I'd echo Acorn's concerns that not requiring a certain amount of affordable housing from developers is unacceptable in terms of the current crisis, that requirements for affordable housing need to be kept in perpetuity. So that means that affordable housing can't then shift to just market-based housing. And as Norma was talking about, that there need to be protections for tenants if they are forced to move out, in addition to that replacement requirement. So inclusionary zoning paired with an affordable, accessible public transit system and strong investments in deeply affordable, accessible, not-for-profit housing cuts across multiple crises of housing, human rights violations, and climate change. These recommendations will increase available housing stock that is truly affordable and accessible, so not just compared to the market rates, but compared to people's income. And it also addresses the financialization of housing by taking these units out of the for-profit market. So these recommendations present you with an opportunity to uphold not only the right to housing, but multiple social, economic, and cultural rights that are wrapped up in having a safe place to call home. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for delegation? Yes, Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll try to be quick. The delegation was very good. You did mention inclusionary zoning and the report, the item we're on right now as well. So my question might be straying into the next report and it may be ruled out of order. That's okay if it is. But I just wonder what your view would be of, there's a section in the reports that talks about having off-site housing versus the housing that would be in the buildings that the developer would be putting up, in the building that the developer would be putting up, so that there would be a contribution to potential offsite housing that could be potentially made in perpetuity versus, say, a 25-year deal within a building that a developer is putting up. I'm wondering if you have thoughts on that difference.
I think for me, the critical part is, again, that that tenants have some say, that people requiring affordable housing have some say, and there are all kinds of conditions, as I would expect the council to be familiar with what is included in terms of what is considered adequate housing according to the UN Declaration on Rights. So, for example, that has to do with access to public transit, to employment opportunities, making sure that it's accessible. So there are a number of conditions that are embedded in some of the human rights legislation that I would say like that has to be, a bare minimum criteria. But then also, with respect to communities being displaced, we want to avoid any kind of ghettoization. And I think that by ensuring that people are able to stay in the neighborhoods and communities where they already are, that certainly affects things like if they have children, if the kids have to change schools, or if they have, other support systems around. And this is particularly important when people don't have maybe the financial capital to be able to access services elsewhere or pay for services. And many of those needs are met in community. So I would just have concerns about what that could mean for people's ability to access those supports that they are needed if they were forced to relocate.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There will be multiple delegations that actually touch on both items in our first go through here. Others, and that's perfectly fine. Others have chosen to speak to both items separately. So if one delegation does bring up an item pertaining to item 2, by all means, feel free to ask a question on that matter. Okay, thank you so much, Natalie. Appreciate your time here today. So our next speaker is Patricia Holst.
Hello, good morning, councillors. My name is Patricia Holst. I've been an Ottawa resident since I was a teenager, so for quite a long time. I am a member of ACORN, Central Ottawa Chapter. I'm living on a small pension and CPP and old age security. ACORN is a membership-based community union of low and moderate income people that believes that social and economic justice can best be achieved by building community power for change. And now is the time to implement ACORN's demands for a strong inclusionary zoning and anti-displacement policy. I became a member of ACORN to be part of the solution and to fight for affordable housing rights for all Ottawa area citizens. I'm a concerned ACORN member whose income is modest, and I also have a relative who is a low-income single parent who has a young son. So I can see firsthand the stress imposed on low-income people who need to use the food bank and other community services in order to survive, as rent takes up such a large portion of their income. I'm lucky that I live in a housing co-op where I currently pay about 50% of market rent. But if I were required to pay market rent, I would likely be next in line at the food bank in order to manage everything each month. As an ACORN member, in talking to people in the downtown area, on Bank Street and Rideau Street in particular, it's clear that many are struggling with housing costs. And increasingly,
Sorry, we just lost your volume there. Pat, can you hear it?
of a bus shelter in the daytime. I am sure she had nowhere else to rest and no affordable, safe place to live. All people have value, and as Canadians and Ottawans, we need to value our low and moderate income citizens in the same way that high income citizens and land developers are valued. And the committee needs to listen to ACORN's demands for inclusionary zoning and ACORN's demands regarding rent evictions. As Acorn members know and have experienced, rent evictions and demevictions decrease the already small number of affordable housing units that Ottawa has. The provincial government seemed to forget Ottawa during the recent illegal occupation, and if the City of Ottawa delegates much of the affordable housing responsibility to the province, I don't have faith that the province will act responsibly on behalf of Ottawa's low to moderate income citizens. Per Acorn's demands, Ottawa needs to implement a strong inclusionary zoning and anti-displacement policy and protect low to moderate income tenants. Implementing Acorn's demands will make Ottawa, our nation's capital, an exemplary city that we can all be proud of. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Councillor McKenney.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Pat, for coming out and speaking to us today. I think you mentioned, that you live in cooperative housing. Did I hear you correctly? Yes. So,
yes, correct.
Excellent. So I often assert that, and it's becoming more and more acute, that if someone is rent evicted, they're rent evicted mostly because they live in what I think the industry calls underperforming properties. So they look at something, it's on the private market, people are maybe paying $500 a month. They know that they could probably get $1,500 a month if they rent evict, displace and then fix it up. Somebody who was paying $500 can no longer go out and look for another $500 unit. They don't exist, right? And they're just getting displaced constantly. So, just from your perspective, Pat, if for some reason you weren't able to stay where you are today, do you feel that you would have the market open to you at all to replace your living quarter, your living situation with something that is as affordable?
No, I think that would be impossible. And I know at one point in time, people sought out rental units on the Gatineau side just in order to manage. But I believe that those rents have gone up quite a bit as well. So yes, I feel I would be in a corner, and I'd be very sad, and it would be difficult. There don't seem to be options.
Yeah. Okay. No, and that we're seeing that more and more. So I'm very happy that you're in cooperative housing. We know that is exceptionally good housing, and I've lived in cooperative housing myself, and we know that it is safe housing and affordable in perpetuity. So I'm happy to hear that. Thank you. Thanks for coming out. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Pat, for your delegation. You talked about a wide range of things, and I was looking to clarify one aspect, which is the City of Ottawa is not abdicating its responsibility relating to affordable housing. Quite the opposite. We're the only province where affordable housing is done at the municipal level. So across Canada, BC Housing and Quebec, same thing. Affordable housing, even shelters in some cases, is dealt at the provincial level. So I simply wanted to clarify that point. I and other councillors have been quite knee deep into these issues on affordable housing and particular issues of governance and models. So I simply wanted to clarify that. The other one is, what you're hitting is 2 points, which is one, the macro of how do we do affordable housing generally, particularly on government. But the other one is around local tools for zoning without this provincial kind of clamping, and that's a fair conversation. Locally as councillors, we continue to advocate for more mature approaches from the province for cities, but that at times can be complicated. So I wanted to jump in, not to simply to clarify that aspect of your point. I hope you respect, you understand.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, Pat. Appreciate your time today.
Okay.
Our next speaker, I believe, is joining us by phone. Last Mazambani. Following that, we'll have Sang Harwalker and Shannon Lee Mannion. Is Last with us?
Counselor, we're just working on that now.
Okay.
I'll just take a minute if you don't mind.
Yeah, I can go ahead. I can go ahead to our next speaker. So Sang, go ahead.
Everybody else has really said a lot of what I wanted to say. Everybody knows there's a lack of safe, affordable housing. It's just that there seems to be a disproportionate number of Indigenous people that live in housing that is either unaffordable, totally overcrowded, in need of major repairs. And then there's the LGBTQ25 youth at higher risk of homelessness. What's going on there? And women and gender diverse people more likely to experience hidden homelessness. So perhaps they're accessing emergency accommodations like a shelter, but they have no prospect of permanent or stable housing. And then the social housing waiting list is so extraordinarily long. I know I live in Ottawa community housing. Oh, by the way, I should introduce myself. My name is Sang Harwalker. I too am a volunteer with Acorn, and I'm very proud of my fellow volunteers who have spoken so well. I just want to know about enacting some measures to ensure that housing, like what is people's idea of affordable? Shouldn't it be 30% of your income, regardless of your source of income? Otherwise, you could work full time, making minimum wage, and you still can't afford even to rent a room and have a phone and pay hydro. That just doesn't seem right. This affordability crisis is just kind of ridiculous. And then these rich people who are building new condos are refusing to even make 20-25% of those buildings affordable in terms of, like, say 30% of the income, just for an example. They don't even want to give that much. Can't we make them, can't we do something to sort of force them to do that? We're seeing too much that Ontario has seen rental housing stock being lost to demolition and unit conversions, and as a result, tenants are facing these large rent increases and you know the rent evictions and all that displacement. But everyone deserves a home that's quality. So I'm not going to go on about statistics. It's just I'm just really concerned about all of this, and I would like to help in any way that I can. And everybody's saying, I mean, I get this impression that y'all are saying that we can't do anything about this until 2023. And my question is, why not? Can we not do anything? I'll stop. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Harwalker. Appreciate that. Do we have any comments? I mean, I'm not seeing any, but thank you, and thank you for your support of your Acorn colleagues. I know we have a lot of them today, and it's great. I know Ray Noyes is coming up too, and I always enjoy him. Wait, so
good morning.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Mr.
good
Mazamani.
morning. Yeah, can I just go ahead?
Yes, go right ahead.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, councillors. My name is Last Mazambani, and I am a member of Acorn South Ottawa chapter, which includes areas like Venia, Heron Gate. you would know ECON is a membership-based organization that fights for a lot of issues, including inclusive housing. It's one of the issues that we have been struggling with for the past 15 years. And I came to Canada like 4 years ago, and immediately when I was approached by Econ whilst living in Heron Gate, I joined them because of the issues that they were fighting for and the experiences that I had in the Heron Gate community, where I saw 2 rounds of evictions, which I thought were done inhumanly. And also coming from South Africa, where the housing problem is very much exclusionary. I never expected to find a similar situation here in Canada in my mind map as an immigrant. But when I got here and I observed the situation firsthand in Heron Gate, I found that to be very much pathetic. I want to believe you, as the city fathers, the city administrators, you can find a long-term and sustainable solution to the housing environment in some pockets within Ottawa. And it is possible with a group of councillors that we have that we can find a lasting solution for as long as you interact and communicate and consult with the local communities. Now coming back to the inclusionary zoning report and what we've observed, there's a lot of bad things that we want to talk about and bad things that we really want to be addressed, because there's still 0% of affordable housing in the recommendations, and we have been struggling with this issue of affordable housing for a long time now. I think if we all agree that there are some people within the community and society that earn so little, that still want to live within this community, we can find a sustainable solution for them. And the fact that rentals are only affordable for 25 years, while condos are affordable for 99 years, is not something that is saving the low-income communities that we represent at ECHO. And also the designated major transit zones, where the inclusionary zone can apply cover basically nothing in the city. For example, Heron Gate and Venia are excluded completely. And these are the areas where low-income people live. The recommendations are also based on a consultant report that the public does not have access to, and we believe that is undemocratic and not transparent. The community has to be involved. It has to be consulted to make sure their voices are heard. We don't want to subdue and come up with solutions for powerless people. We have to make them speak for themselves and find solutions from conversations that we would have with them. If the next city is supposed to vote on the final recommendation, why is this city council trying to preclude the outcome? We really want you guys to let us know. Also, the renovation recommendations are good steps forward, but they only address demovictions, not renovations. They don't address the temporary displacement that happens in the time that tenants have to move out and wait until the next development is ready. And this is why we need mandatory temporary accommodation and rental top-ups to make sure that people are transferred between the time that the property is being renovated and they are accommodated within their level of incomes.
Mr. Mazamani, if you could just please wrap up, your time is up.
Thank you. We just want to pass the most strong message that that tenants, particularly low-income tenants, they need to be protected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will say one of your comments that when you suggest that we're precluding the outcome, or sorry, predetermining the outcome of what next council might do. That's not the intent here today. I mean, the intent is that we're trying to provide direction to staff to stay on track to keep working on this and to come back. It's more of a check-in. This is not uncommon. We've done this on major policy things before, but we certainly aren't suggesting, what the next council will decide. But we are trying to work within that framework of the reality that I realize that policy and jurisdiction doesn't give anyone a bed to sleep in, but it is something, an unfortunate reality that we have to work within. And some of the things that we want to do, we can't necessarily do. And that's a part of the conversation today. But thank you. Do we have any comments for questions for Mr. Mazambani? Seeing none. We will move on to our next speaker, which is Shannon Lee Mannion. Following that, we have Meladul Amadze and Kayla Andrade. So Shannon, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Shannon, and I'm going to speak to you from my heart because I think it's important for people to try and put themselves into the position of somebody who has been evicted wrongly. And I mean, it's so easy just to see a name on a screen and not to identify with what has happened in that person's life. Even before we had the term run-evicted, I was run-evicted 4 years ago, and I had lived in my apartment for 40 years. It had been systemically left without maintenance. And when things finally reached a head, I was made to move. And I was supposed to move back within 2 months, and I didn't. It went to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 months. And I was left with all my belongings in storage with nothing but 2 suitcases of winter clothing. I moved in 2018 and with 3 cats, a computer, and my plants. That's what I had. Now, I still haven't unpacked because, of course, the shit hit the fan, didn't it, with COVID, and things also went crazy with real estate. And so now there's no options. And we have not been rebuilding social housing. Across the line, we've not rebuilt social housing in 25 years. I'm living in a semi-rural area right now, and they haven't built anything in 25 years. Well, they put in 20 units. But they have 800 on their list. That's Lanark County. So I guess losing my housing, I just didn't lose my apartment, my home. I lost my neighborhood, my community. I lost the doctor I was familiar with, my lawyer, my church, the grocery store I shopped at for 40 years. I lost all of that. I lost myself. It is, I can't say it was. It is a dreadful, dreadful position to place anybody in. And it's not stopping. It's not stopping because there are no options. We've got people living in social housing who probably don't belong there. We're not going through the lists. We're not ensuring that people who are on the list belong on the list. That we should be doing. We're also, what I see here happening in the country is we're allowing people to stay in social housing once they start making money. It becomes market rent. How does that happen? When people have options, they should exercise those options. They shouldn't be taking spaces from people on Ontario Works, Ontario Disability Support Program, and Old Age Security GIS. We have no options. Somebody making $30,000 or $40,000, they have options. Why are they living in social housing? You have to ask yourself that, because this is what's happening. Our social housing has eroded, and it's being allowed to. That doesn't work. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work. So I just want to, I want to be the voice of the person who actually am experiencing this. I'm experiencing it, and it's not easy, and it certainly wasn't necessary. So how can you have questions for this? I'm telling you my story. What are you going to say? Well, so what about that? No, you can't say anything because this is it. I'm telling you the way it is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and we appreciate you telling that story because I think it's an important context in this discussion. Councillor Fleury does have a question or a comment.
Thank you, Shannon, for your presentation, and I couldn't agree more. The provincial government has yearly put $80 million of pressure on the city budget with the program called Rent Gear to Income. Imagine if the province took that back provincially, which is where it should be, and imagine if we had 80 million to spend on new housing yearly, what we could do with that. I simply wanted to give this council has been aligned on this objective of saying the province really is responsible for the RGI program, which would free up locally yearly $80 million.
Thank you. Every time the city covers something that the province used to fund, we let the province off the hook, though. And the province just does it again because they know that we're going to sit there and cover it. Then they do it again and again. All right. Thank you, Councillor Fleury. Thank you, Shannon. And regardless of political stripes, because all governments do it. Our next speaker is Melodul Ahmadzai, then Kayla Andrade, and then Jessica Ruano. Is Melodul here? I don't see them.
Chair, we don't have Melodul in right now.
Okay, no worries. So we'll move on to Kayla Andrade.
Hello, how is everybody?
We're doing phenomenally well.
Great, thank you so much for allowing me to have the time to speak with you today. My name is Kayla Andrade. I am the founder of Ontario Landlords Watch. We are a support group advocating for a fair and balanced housing system for good landlords, good tenants, and taxpayers. I have been a landlord myself for 20 years, and I have been a housing advocate for the last 12. Through my advocacy efforts, it's an online Facebook group where we discuss housing issues with landlords, property managers, paralegals, and realtors, and even our tenants. So that way we can really come down to the nitty-gritty of what the real housing issues are. As you can hear through the previous speakers, is that this renoviction report, it's not about evicting tenants just for the concept of pushing them out to get higher rents. It's also to a point where we have a bigger issue at hand, and that is not just the concept of rent evictions. We have issues with the Landlord and Tenant Board being completely backlogged and delayed. We have the Residential and Tenancy Act, we have municipal bylaws and policy, and we even have government programs and housing and the way that government manages their housing programs. I like what the previous speaker has stated about social housing regarding the need that there is people in there that shouldn't be in there. But I don't think our taxpayers are able to afford to keep building, managing, and maintaining government housing. So we have to start looking at different alternatives. The definition of insanity is doing the exact same thing and expecting different results, but we're not working with stakeholders. I would like to see that this committee, both committees, are able to work a full public consultation with stakeholders, and also please contact and consult with the Landlord and Tenant Board. When it comes down to the N13 applications, especially with Bill 184 that had came in place, there is hefty fines for landlords who are caught doing unlawful evictions, either for N12s or N13s. But in order to get your N13 into the Landlord and Tenant Board, you need to provide evidence to that application, such as a building permit. And they have to have a reasoning to have that building permit, but they also have to explain to an adjudicator why they feel that the tenant needs to be removed in order for them to do it. And that key word that we have to understand here is that the tenants always have that first right of refusal. They have to go back into that unit at the same rate, or the tenant can bring the landlord to the landlord and tenant board up to 2 years after they vacate it, and will be able to get the landlord fined, and or the tenant is actually due 12 months of rent as compensation. So there is a lot of protection that we have for the tenants within the RTA and landlord and tenant board. The only thing that we're missing is protection for landlords at a municipal level, provincial level, and especially at the landlord and tenant board. So we want to start working ourselves in. Do we really want to keep pegging landlords and tenants together and always making it look like it's the rich, greedy landlords? Or can we work ourselves to be working with all parties? And that will be my next recommendation to you, is to provide a task force within your municipality that does compile with small landlords and tenants in order to really hammer in the real issues of our housing crisis. So this brings me to why I'm having a housing conference in the city of Cambridge. We are inviting elected officials from all areas of Ontario where our guests are going to be from. And we are going to be highlighting the top 5 issues of the Landlord and Tenant Board and recommending top 5 solutions to those issues. Again, with the top 5 issues of the Residential and Tenancy Act, and giving solutions to that as well. And really understanding the how municipal government, I know there's a lot to weigh on you guys based on them, the province passing the buck to you to create affordable housing. But what we have done, we have an unsustainable system. We can't keep building, managing, and maintaining government housing. And we're putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound when it comes down to trying to house people temporarily, either in the shelters or emergency shelters. We're spending far too much money doing that instead of putting it where it actually counts. So I would encourage you to take this all in, read the Residential and Tenancy Act, Bill 184, the Landlord and Tenant Board, but most importantly, understand that this is an iceberg and you're seeing the issues on top, but you're not looking at the issues at the bottom. And just understand that the landlords are actually the solution. We need to build a supply into our industry. Every elected official, every expert will say we have a supply and demand issue. This renoviction and preventing someone from being able to either displace the tenant for a temporary, which they do get income, by the way, they do have to give money to the tenant to accommodate there's a leaving of absence from the property. But at the same time, they are able to come back, but we need to get our landlords building more. And if it's the infill that we can do, that is where we need to be focusing on, and stop preventing investors from trying to continue to build supply that our communities and our province desperately needs.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. We have some questions for you. First up is Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Kayla. I know they say there's always 2 sides to the coin, so appreciate your comments and your insight into it from the landlord side. So what would be the number one thing that we can do as a municipality to help landlords build more affordable housing in this city?
My recommendation would be the partnership, and there's got to be certain type of programs. The Region of Waterloo had implemented such a policy that if you create your secondary suite, we will give you $25,000. One, it's a drop in the bucket, but it still helps. But sadly, the fine print to that, it means that you can only obtain that type of funding when it comes down to the price of the value of that property, if it's under $500,000, which is obviously not anywhere near a reality. The other concept is allowing them to get these duplexes put in. We know that there's a lot of stipulations and policies in place where if you don't have enough room for parking, boom, you're not allowed to get that secondary suite in. Or allowing and encouraging and publicly advertising areas of your city where you want to see development, and where you're able to get that development, you're also going to try to get it expedited of these permit processes. Sometimes there's a lot of delays within permits, and there's a lot of stipulations based on the square footage of that in particular 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom unit of what you're trying to do. So we really want to start, there's probably more of a list. I don't know how many more you want from me, but this is why we want to make sure that we're able to bring our elected officials, obviously, to our conference so that we can go through it in detail, so that there is an easier route into helping them and staff think of ideas. Because sometimes we have our staff who are just, it's a job for them. Sometimes it's not quite their passion. So we really need to talk to passionate people and understand that have been through the system, they experienced the delays within the municipalities or the restrictions, and more restrictions that you are publicly advertising is not going to encourage other investors from other cities or other provinces to want to come to your city to invest to create that supply. Did I answer your question?
Yeah. There was a lot in there, so I don't know if we have time to unpack it all today, but it's certainly something that we can discuss. Is there a model? I mean, Ontario, as we heard this morning, is in a unique situation that it's the province that basically pulls the strings on much of this. Is there a model across the country that you feel we should be taking a serious look at and maybe doing something similar?
I will say this with a heavy heart that we actually have investors leaving Ontario and exploring other provinces to invest in. And that is a very dangerous situation that we're in Ontario, especially since Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, and especially the States, have been a very desirable area where our landlords are selling their properties to owner occupiers and instead investing into other areas. So when it comes down to it, we have to start saving that. And deep down, the reason why they are leaving is not so much as the restrictions, but it's also it's deeply because of the landlord and tenant board. When you see landlords not able to evict 12 months, almost to 3 years.
Yeah, no, we've been hearing for years that tribunal and that whole system is totally backlogged. So we have to work with the province, obviously, to deal with that. But I want to thank you for your comments this morning. Yeah, it's a quagmire, but thank you so much for the information that you gave us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Councillor Fleury.
Hi, Kayla. Thank you for delegation. Question to you as an advocacy group. Most of our zoning in the city allows for more density than what is currently built. So we recognize that there's a lot of infill potential. What does the association, what is, remove the landlord tenant board for a second, just from a principle point of view, from a policy point of view, what does the association feel is the structure that should be in place to enable an owner who wants to improve and grow the number of units on a property, what should be the responsibilities of that owner to the future property? I'm curious to understand that a bit better from your point of view.
Are you trying to encourage landlords to get into the business?
No. I'm saying I'm a landlord.
Yep.
I own a property. Say it's a 2-unit. And I have potential to build an 8-unit. So I have 2 tenants in. What is my responsibility from your perspective to those 2 tenants as I grow the property?
Well, what sadly is about the RTA and the landlord and tenant board. We don't have a situation where a lease expires, where a landlord could really map out the renovations, the expansion to their property, in order to do that without interfering with the other tenants that are in that property. So that's a bad part right there. There should be a termination or a fixed date in order to renew that kind of contract. But at the same time, we have to understand that if we're getting more rental units, why isn't that landlord wanting to do it? Is it A, they do have to pay the tenant, they have to apply for the permit, they have to pay for a legal representation at the landlord and tenant board. The tenants can still fight that at the landlord and tenant board because they are offered free legal aid at the landlord and tenant board, but not tenants. So it comes down to a balancing of, are they going to do it? And at the same time, if you're not preventing them to do it, what we're going to see is we're going to see slumlords. We're going to see slumlords. They're not going to put the money into their property. And that's what we're going to kind of see based on the concept that as a landlord, we are running a business. We have to stop thinking that this is an investment. We have to start understanding that this is a business and the numbers need to make sense, and landlords need to treat their tenants as their customers, and you need to keep them happy, and which our system makes us having to keep them happy. But we have to look at the tax purposes as well. You know, we also, some landlords that I know, they have 6 units, they can create 2 more units to that property. But when you get into that tax portion of how many more units you can build on there, now you're getting far more with taxes.
Your response to me is going a bit wide here. I'm asking a very specific question on policy. So I'm an existing landlord. I own a 2-unit that has two families, say. I have the right to build an 8-unit. What is my responsibility as a landlord from your policy, from your association point of view, not the process and the adjudication of that? What is your policy relating to my responsibility as a landlord for my existing tenants as I transition to a new property?
So you have a duplex, and your duplex is going to, you want to flatten the place and build up. Is that correct?
Sure.
And now that you want to do that, one, you have to go through the city to get that permit before you can do it, but you do have to give the tenants that notice to vacate.
I'm going to interrupt you. I was listening for your first answer. I'm not interested in the process. I know the process. I'm asking you as an advocacy organization, do you have any range of responsibility or a policy direction to existing tenants as you transfer as you transfer the property to larger developments? I'm intrigued. Maybe the answer is no, that's fine, but well, it's not fine, but
the only thing for that is that we have to, a lot of it's not going to make sense for our investors to do that right now because of the cost. But at the same time, we have to look at the concept of that tenant leaving the rental unit. They have to have fair compensation, or the landlord does have to find other accommodations for them.
So in short, is your answer that the association, because you're coming here on behalf of an association, that aside from ultimately all of the rights of a landlord, there's not a corporate social responsibility relating to existing tenants? Is that a fair description of what you're describing?
I'm actually trying to find out where you're going with the question, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, so I don't want to, I mean, this back and forth probably isn't super helpful because neither of you understand what each other are saying. So if you guys want to connect offline and have this discussion and come back, we've got,
yeah, please call me.
we've got many more delegations and more questions likely coming, and to staff, right?
Mr. Chair, I'll explain why I'm asking the question. The delegation today is saying, careful counsel, don't overreach in your policies and doing things. And I'm interested in that conversation. But if the association doesn't recognize its corporate social responsibility, then as elected members, we do have to provide the right guidance and structure. So that was the answer I was trying to look for, is if the association had a corporate responsibility relating to existing tenants, and I'm not getting a clear answer, and that's fine. But just to clarify why I asked that question, I think it is important. We have a number of recommendations in front of us, which I will support.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Kayla. I mean, if you guys want to connect afterwards, I mean, there's plenty of time.
I definitely do. Please call me. I'll make sure I get my number to you by email.
Perfect. All right. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jessica Ruano, followed by Clark Hill. Our 12th speaker is Chloe McHugh. Chloe, you're in the waiting room. You have to accept the prompt to join our meeting here so that when we come to you, we can listen to you. Okay, so we will go now to Jessica.
Hello, good morning, councilors. My name is Jessica Ruano, and I'm a member of Acorn, living in Carlington and previously living in Hintonburg. So I was born and raised here in Algonquin Territory, and I work with a wonderful organization called MASK that brings the arts to underserved communities. So I'm speaking to you all today in support of Acorn's inclusionary zoning and renoviction and eviction campaigns, because with the current regulation, it's far too easy for tenants who have done nothing wrong to be evicted from their homes. So we currently have, as you know, a housing crisis, a homelessness crisis that's affecting many people, including families. And I feel that something needs to be done. So this time last year, in the height of the pandemic, I received an N12 eviction notice to vacate my home of 3 years during a stay-at-home order. I am a solo parent, and at the time, my daughter Joy was only a year old. So I immediately started looking for a new place to live, but housing prices had really gone up. And I realized I would have to pay at least $600 more per month for a comparable unit. So I tried to negotiate with the new owners of the house, but they refused to speak to me. Acorn encouraged me to take action and held a public demonstration in support of my cause. A local theater venue put the words, "Don't evict Jessica and Joy" on their marquee. City councilors Catherine McKenney and Jeff Leeper came to my support, as did MPP Joel Harden. So thank you for that. And hundreds of people wrote to the owners asking them at the very least to give me more time, but they wouldn't budge. So eventually my daughter and I had to move away from our street, our neighborhood, from everything that was familiar and safe for us during an especially difficult time. And to this day, she still says she misses the old house. So my rent has jumped from $1,400 a month to $2,200, which is the majority of my income. My finances are a lot tighter now, but I know my daughter and I will be okay because I grew up with a lot of privilege and I have the support of my community. But I recognize that not everyone has that. You know, most people suffer through evictions in silence and often end up homeless or in substandard housing. And I believe that quality subsidized housing should be available to those who need it. However, this so-called affordable housing that's being proposed here today, it targets renters earning $64,000 a year, and I don't earn that much and I have a good job. So what about people living with disabilities or working at minimum wage jobs? Like, what's being done to protect them from evictions? So I feel that our city needs to implement a strong inclusionary zoning and anti-displacement policy in Ottawa to protect our most vulnerable tenants. And by the way, even though I only moved out of my home 6 months ago, it's already being listed on rental sites for $400 more per month. So while my young daughter and I had to go through the stress and trauma of leaving our home without having done anything wrong, my former landlords are now in a position to profit from our loss. So I'm asking you, do our housing laws protect people who just want a safe place to live, or is it all about profit? And if that's the case, something needs to change. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. And the aforementioned Councillor Leeper has a question for you.
Hi, Jessica. I lost track of this one. Did they wind up actually renovating the unit?
No, the new owners said their son was going to move in. Right. It was an N12, not an N13 in this case.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this is, we hear fairly frequently about the high bar that has to be achieved in order to be able to send out these eviction notices. I mean, I have to assume that bad faith evictions are common and rife across the city. And your example is just one of so many. And we're obviously sorry to lose you out of Hintonburg. All right. Thanks, Jessica.
What's the, just out of curiosity, on an N12, can someone, like, what's the ramifications if someone lies and uses that as a way to evict, but then actually goes ahead and
well, I trust me, I did my research when I was dealing with this, and I found that if a person lists a rental unit in less than a year after the previous tenant moved out, they can be fined up to $50,000.
Oh. Okay, well, thank you for these. Any other questions for Jessica? No. Okay. Well, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Next up is Clark Hill. Again, Chloe McHugh is after Clark Hill. Chloe, you're still in the waiting room. We want you in this room with us. So just accept that prompt and you can speak next. Clark Hill, go ahead.
Hi guys, how are you?
Doing good.
Good. My name is Clark Hill and I'm a resident of Manor Village, and I'm currently in the process of being evicted by Forum Equities and their acting agent Smart Living by the way of the N13 process. Smart Living and Forum Equities have started their occupation process to replace affordable family homes under the feet of Canadians that lived there for decades. I think this is unconstitutional to have an occupation of any domestic, foreign students, or people driving Canadian families from their residential homes to appease, in this case, Algonquin College with housing shortages. If Algonquin College needs housing, let them provide it on their own property. This is but one of the reasons why it is important to have affordable residential tenants protected from such actions as rent evictions. People who proclaim rent evictions are non-existent are usually REIT-type friendly investors who want to force feed false information for their ambitions in favor of the property investors and not for the existing tenants' rights. Rent evictions is very much a reality. Heron Gate in Ottawa is proof of that. The truth of the N13 process, it allows the landlord ultimate power to freely evict someone without any repercussions. The landlord or the agent of the landlord simply doesn't allow the tenant to move back to their occupied dwelling. Property investors have stated that they would rather pay the fine as part of doing business than have tenants move back as the law requires it. But in reality, there is no fine imposed on the violating landlords, and there is no monitoring system in place to ensure that the landlord complies. And once the tenant is homeless, they're left without the resources to fight back. No research can be found where fines to the landlords in Ottawa have been served. It's a human rights violation that this is N13 is allowed to hold this monopolizing power that ultimately drives to the street, people to the street with no other option available than to go on a waiting list. It's not Canadian to have people's lives and dwellings uprooted without plans or without recognitions to their existence. We are living in a monopoly-based system where we are pushed out of our homes by force. Is that the case? Yes, we are. Affordable rental stock is the backbone of the working man and the lower income families and fixed income families, and it's important we protect it. Unfortunately, I hesitate to even calling it affordable housing anymore because even that word has been manipulated, misused, and open to misinterpretation to whomever decides what their version of affordability is. But a realistic benchmark of rent geared to income in relation to affordability takes on much different meanings to minimum wage earners and fixed income individuals. The City of Ottawa should be protecting the citizens from predator landlords like Forum Equities and Smart Living, and not taking a backbench approach to managing the city with only developers in mind. Homeowners living here in Ottawa are already picking up massive invoices for homelessness and related costs. Why add to that? By putting protective measures in place, by having rent replacement bylaws and anti-displacement bylaws, and recognizing tenants as real living people is the first step in turning the City of Ottawa into a more positive place for people to live safely, peacefully, and to live with a roof over their heads, without paying 100% of their earnings to a rent slavery-based system. The loss of affordable housing has caused strains on many organizations, including the highest priority organizations like the Ottawa Food Bank, where they always the first ones that feel the impact of homelessness due to the housing loss. How many lost homes, how many homeless does it take before Ottawa realizes the impact it is having on its people in Ottawa and its citizens and taxpayers? I think it's vital, important vote in favor of Acorn, because they're proposing something good here today, and take first time approaches in sustaining affordable residential housing, not just for tenants who are in the sights of the eviction gun, but your Ottawa taxpayer residents who already are bearing the cost of shelters from displaced people who become victims to this monopoly that strips them of their housing rights. This anti-displacement bylaw is important for everyone. Thank you guys, and thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Clark. See if there's any questions from members of the committee. Seeing none, thank you for your time here today.
Thank you.
So we're at that point, it's number 12. So Chloe is still not accepting our prompt. You are there, and I know you're in the waiting room, so we do want to hear from you if you get a chance to come back. We will go ahead. There A number of the next speakers are not currently present, so I'm going to go through them, but we will go ahead to number 14, which is Sonia Howard. Number 13 is Darren Lowy. Number 15 is Kayla Moran, and number 16 is John Kennedy. Those three are not currently here. Number 17 is Bill Ewenick. So if we if they don't show up in the next little while, we'll go straight from Sonia Howard to Bill Ewenick. So Sonia, will go ahead.
Good morning, councillors, and everyone else who is joining us here today.
We just lost your audio, Sonia. Oh, there you go. We can hear you now.
Great, thank you. My name is Sonia Howard. I am a renter in Somerset Ward, and I have been since 2017, and I am a member of ACORN's Ottawa chapter. And you're familiar with what ACORN does as a community organization working on issues like affordable housing, tenant rights, and much more. I'm also a member of the self-governing Tawasin First Nation, which is just south of Vancouver in BC. And if you've taken the ferry over to Victoria, you've gone right by my lands on my mom's side. And my roots come from Winnipeg because my family is still living with the impact of the 60s scoop. I am a guest living and working, playing here on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people in Odawa, colonially known as Ottawa. I'm speaking to you all today, including other guests and other presenters, in support of ACORN's inclusionary zoning and renoviction, demoviction campaigns. And I encourage you to look at the website and be in touch with ACORN, because my brother lived in a tent for a year at the start of COVID for similar reasons as Jessica, getting kicked out because family was going to move in, when he could not access affordable, stable housing in Ottawa. This has been really tough, not just for him, but for everyone in our family, some of whom, like my mom, also experience unstable housing themselves in other provinces. As you can imagine, I tried everything I could think of to help. I asked two of my closest friends who are lucky to be homeowners or live in homes that are owned, if my brother could pitch a tent in their backyard in the dead of winter and only come inside to use the bathroom and shower and laundry. I even let him crash here in my small one-bedroom apartment until it became just too much for me to try and focus on working full-time from home during a pandemic, plus having my brother stay with me. You can see, I just don't have the space. And I also actually ended up leaving a job around that time because it just got to be too much to manage. And I've also been paying a storage locker for him in full since the start of 2020. Why in the city of Ottawa, where we have formally declared a citywide housing emergency, can we house belongings, but we can't adequately house people? Thankfully, with the help of Wabano, my brother now has stable housing, but not everybody can access Wabano. People are literally being left out in the cold, and it shouldn't fall to social service organizations to provide access to affordable housing. It's not a Band-Aid, this program, that program, let's incentivize landlords. The city of Ottawa should be putting in place inclusionary zoning, anti-displacement policies, and anti-renoviction bylaws like the ones that ACORN is calling for to make sure that no one is left out in the cold. This is why we need at least 25 to 35% affordable housing citywide, and affordable needs to be defined as 30% of a household's income, not based on average income from across the whole city, like the CMHC's definition is apparently for the Claridge Loop rental building that's gone up recently downtown, which even as a private Indigenous evaluation consultant, I don't think I would want to move there. This also should include income targets for low and income households and core housing need, or people like my brother and those on the City of Ottawa's very long social housing wait list. And we also need affordable housing in perpetuity, not just 25 years under an agreement between the City of Ottawa and hoping on the goodwill of a developer. We need affordable units that are subject to real rent control. It's great. City of Ottawa staff are recommending that the Mayor of Ottawa write a letter to the province requesting they update the Residential Tenancies Act with stronger protections to protect affordable housing and prevent illegal renovictions. Wonderful. But what is the City of Ottawa going to do now, not 2023, to make sure that the province actually follows through on this, though? I call on this joint committee to adopt all elements of ACORN's inclusionary zoning campaign and renoviction demoviction campaign. We are in a housing emergency. The City of Ottawa needs to use all tools available to make sure we have stable, affordable housing for everyone, so that people like my brother are not left out in the cold again. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. I appreciate your presentation here today. Do we have any comments or questions for Ms. Howard? Seeing none, just want to thank you again for your time today. So we will move now to our number 17. I don't believe anyone's come in the meantime. So our 17th speaker is Bill Ewenick. Just can't hear you, Bill. Just you're unmuted, but there's no sound coming.
How about now?
I can hear you now.
All right, thank you. Good morning, councillors. My name is Bill Ewenick, and I'm a member of ACORN's Ottawa Centre chapter. You've all heard what ACORN is, so I won't go into that. I'm speaking to you all today in support of ACORN's inclusionary zoning and renoviction demoviction campaigns, because what our city and society is doing to people is cruel and unusual, as we heard from the last speaker. Pushing people onto the street in the name of profit is unethical and horrendous. For example, the recommendations written by city staff all but ensure that low-income individuals, those on ODSP, and the homeless are left with no comfortable place to live. I sympathize for my working-class friends, and I know that if they were to lose their housing, they would not be able to afford a similar unit in Ottawa. What I don't like about these recommendations is that they are based on a private report. This is undemocratic and not transparent, and makes it obvious that the city is bought and paid for by rich developers. Furthermore, the next city council is supposed to vote on the final recommendations, so why is this committee and this council trying to preclude the outcome? Does the council know they are unpopular and not going to get re-elected? The policies as advanced by ACORN would have saved a lot of hardship in the cases of Manor Village renovictions and the Heron Gate mass demevictions. Those tenants went through a traumatic event that shook their confidence not only in their elected officials, but in their city as well. In conclusion, the City of Ottawa needs strong anti-displacement and inclusionary zoning policy because it is incumbent on our city to act in an ethical and humane manner. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your time. So number 18 is also not here. That's Dominic Leroux. We understand that. I mean, obviously people register, they want to speak, but it doesn't always fit in when we go through these. So I do appreciate that some individuals have signed up to speak but didn't get the opportunity to. But I think it's important to mention their names anyway, because they might be listening and join in later. We have Chloe McHugh is in the room. So we will go back to number 12, Chloe McHugh. And then our next speaker will be Lauren Seward-Monday. Chloe, go ahead.
Hi,
Well,
this is Chloe McHugh. It is great to have this opportunity to speak. So I'd like to say thank you in the beginning before I start. The best that I can do is talk about personal experience, which has been pretty wild compared to public housing, homelessness, private housing, all three things that I've gone through. And there have been issues in every one of them. That we've already covered displacement and homelessness. This will definitely contribute to the homeless crises. And people are scared. People are terrified. I'm seeing elderly people who are on pension and are unable to stay in their own homes because even just the fact that they are terrified of having to be forced out of their home, so they're doing it themselves before. Now, being on disability, I'm very, very lucky to have a rent supplement. But I have no idea how people who are on disability, which is meant to be a longer term support program versus OW, which is meant to be for a period of time to support someone as they try to move forward. So this is our life. This is life. We can't escape it. I can't all of a sudden stop having seizures. That's not going to work. So what do? I heard someone bringing up affordability. Affordability in my mind is new development being higher than the population growth rate. And we are not seeing that at all. Forcing people away from the city means that what happens to accessing resources, and not just resources for any sort of illnesses or like, let alone that, but basic things like food and shelter and housing is if housing is a right, why is it being treated as a commodity? The shelters are being converted to transitional housing, which means that there's less support for people on the street, which, I mean, we need more transitional housing to help people to get into homes, but there's no available homes there. I've spent a lot of time working at a women's drop-in center, and I can't imagine how these people, especially during this Syrian crisis, how these people would be able to connect to services. And there's services that a lot of people don't even consider, such as translation. And without translators, how are they supposed to function? Being homeless is a full-time job. Between switching between trying to find food, like trying to find youth. I've seen a lot of homeless youth. It is prevalent within the queer community. And there's a lot of concurrent things that come into play when it comes to homelessness. I viewed an apartment, and it was a bachelor apartment, and it had 7 tenants in it, in a bachelor apartment. I had a best friend who lived in a car for the entirety of winter. I think it was 5 months, trying his best using candlelight to stay warm and insulating with Dollarama pads. People are scared. People are scared. What are we supposed to do? If this happens and I'm dealing with demo eviction, if I lose this stable housing, I'm going and being displaced, I'm going to be further away from my family by a long shot and my support system. What do I do then? So please, thank you for listening to me, and let's do this.
Thank you, Chloe. I'm glad we got a chance to hear from you this morning. Any questions for Chloe? Seeing none, thank you again for your time today. Our next speaker is Lauren Seward-Monday. After that, sorry, just give me a sec. After that, I believe the following speaker, Susan Gara Markowitz, is not here. And then it's Allison Trowbridge and Peggy Rafter. And then Ray Noyes. Okay, so Lauren, go ahead.
Okay, you can hear me okay?
We can hear you perfectly. That's a huge mic.
Okay, yeah. My name is Lauren Seward-Monday, and I live at 290 Mulford Street with my partner who is on ODSP and my 10-year-old son. I am also a member of Acorn's Ottawa Vanity chapter, and I am being demo-evicted. I moved to Vanier 12 years ago for an affordable, sorry.
It's okay, take your time,
I moved to Vanier 12 years ago for an affordable place to live while I went to school. And I stayed while life pushed back on me and my family's goals. There was DRAP, my partner's surgery, my hustling from contract to contract, working from home during a pandemic. While I struggled while juggling my son's ADHD diagnosis and online school. And every time we thought we were moving forward, life has been pushing us back. Meanwhile, my family lived in this home, making the best we can, paying our rent on time as it changed hands through 4 different landlords. And each time we thought maybe finally this time someone will take care of this place, but that didn't happen. 7 years ago, my current landlord bought the property where I live, and there are 3 units. He renovated the other 2 units and ignored my requests, and put the other 2 units on short-term rental websites. I've had to endure parties and fights and even called the police on occasion over the course of the pandemic. And in the meantime, 0 work has been done on the unit my family has been living in. In the meantime, we were trapped by the skyrocketing housing prices. We kept working, we kept moving forward. My partner kept trying to work on her health. I kept trying to get this job that was more stable. Last fall, I finally got permanent at my day job, and I thought we can finally save some money and maybe get ahead. But this spring, my landlord came knocking on my door, claiming that the city wanted to tear down my unit. I filed an ATIP with the city. I called around to co-ops and any affordable housing solution. I asked my landlord for references, but he tried to extort more money out of me. I even asked if I could live at one of his ghost hotels or another one across the street that his family owns, but I was refused. I found from the ATIP that the city did not order the demolition of my home, and the city knows about his ghost hotels and has already cited him, but there is a backlog of over 2,000 units. His family also owns a well-known arson house on my street that has been something in my neighborhood have been angry about and has been left to rot. In the end, I fought the variance application with the help of Acorn and my landlord would put into the city, and by getting over 100 people to sign in support and save my home, my landlord withdrew the variance application, but has filed M13s. As shabby as my house may be, this is where I brought home my son when he was born. Sorry, I lost my place. This is where I brought home my son from the hospital when he was born. I have neighbors who will give me soup, who know my family, and I will lose all of that because of the greed of my landlord and the inaction of the city of Ottawa. I went to the hospital because I was so stressed over these past few months. I was unable to eat and I was vomiting to the point of nosebleeds. And in the end, I got a prescription for medication so I could manage to eat. I missed a lot of hours on a contract that would have helped my family move ahead because I was trying to find legal aid. I had to pay for a lawyer because of cuts to legal aid. I was given a choice by my landlord: leave now and get a paltry $5,000, which is about 3 months of market rent, or leave in a year. Meanwhile, I would be paying double or triple the rent to find a place that meets my family's needs. Meanwhile, the ghost hotels are still being run. The ghost hotels have not only terrorized me, but my neighbors. And bylaw says it's a process, but it might already be too late for me and my family. I was hoping to leave this home behind for a place my family could call our own, but the pandemic put my wife's career on hold. And there's an impending recession. The out of control housing market have made it not possible. We are only one family, but there are dozens of others who are going through the same thing in my neighborhood alone in Danny. Stop prioritizing developers and allowing evictions by neglect. Actually enforce ghost hotel legislation. We need strong inclusionary zoning and anti-displacement policies, and put the families who live and work in your city first. We are its heart and soul, and that's what makes Ottawa what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple councillors that would like to ask you a question. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Lauren, for coming out. I know it couldn't have been easy. Lauren, we had a landlord on a few delegates before you that, and I'm going to ask staff about this later, but that landlord claimed that if they wanted to, displace someone while they were renovating, that they had to bring back that same tenant and offer back that unit after it was renovated at the exact same rental amount. Has that been offered to you?
He's made it very clear that he does not want me back. And because it is a full tear down eviction and not a renoviction, I would not have the right to first refusal, no.
Okay. So in your case, he's apparently, because we apparently tearing down and then building something else. Will come to us probably for some approvals.
Yes.
We'll decide on how much we give him an uplift in his value of his land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be one unit. It would not be multiple units. It is just my unit that he is hoping to tear down and rebuild.
Okay, so the units you're referring to are 3 separate buildings, is that correct?
Yeah, my unit is like a coach house, and there's 2 semi-detached on the property as well.
Okay. So with your N13, you have absolutely no protections as a tenant.
I do not.
Okay. And that's what we're here talking about today. And while the Residential Tenancy Act is a provincial act, we do make decisions every 2 weeks in our planning committee and council about what types of uplifts we give to developers, what types of approvals we give that really increase their the value of their land. They can build more, it's denser, etc. This is a discussion that we'll have a little later on today around inclusionary zoning and what should be the return to the city and to the residents of the city. But I do appreciate you coming out today. I hope you get all of the protection that you can and all of the advice that you can. And if you don't, please do reach out. It's important that we continue to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Lauren, for your presentation. I just want to make sure that I do understand your circumstances. You're in it's a coach house. Is it a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom?
It's sort of 2-bedroom. There's like the upstairs. It's like the slanted gable rooms, if that makes sense. And then there's a wall in between. But there's no doors up there. So it's just sort of a privacy wall, but not really 2 bedrooms.
Okay. And you work you work on contracts.
Yes.
I'm trying to understand what the financial implications would be if you had to leave.
My partner.
This one.
Yeah. So my currently we are looking at what is out there. Even if we got into a co-op or a below market rent, our the amount we would pay would go up by around $500 per month. And my partner, has not been able to work the last 2 years on account of the pandemic. My partner is hearing impaired, and because of mask mandates, and we are waiting to obviously everyone is vaccinated enough to lift those mandates. They have not been able to teach. And I, on top of my day job, have obviously been doing contracts on the side, but the situation has made me unable to work many of those contracts and meet those commitments.
Okay. So there's no financial assistance available for you to help you afford an additional $500 a month in rent?
He goes, anything we've applied that is out there, we have already applied for.
Yep.
So that, yeah.
And that's, I have to assume $500 a month is out of reach. That is a huge hurdle to try to clear in order to find something that is, you know, a 1-bedroom plus that's out there in the market.
Yeah. Yes.
Yep.
We like what I have been finding is most co-ops is minimum $1,200 a month around, and that's if I can get into the approvals and so on and so forth, which takes time, and I have not been able to get the references from my landlord. And market rentals are, you know, minimum 15 upwards of 2,000.
Are you eligible at your income level to go into Ottawa, like get on the waiting registry and
We have
get
been
into?
we have been on the list for 7 years. Yeah, so it's a you know, it's a process that we have been, you know, poking them about as we are being evicted, and like we are looking at our options and hopefully trying to see what we can find. One of the options was in your area, so hopefully if that does pan out, we will be in your area. So, but you know, everything's up in the air and has been stressful.
I do hope things work out, and if I can be of help, please reach out. But sorry, these are very personal questions, and I appreciate your honesty in answering them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. And thanks, Lauren, for your time today. We will now go to Allison Trowbridge, followed by Peggy Rafter and Ray Noyes. Now, I believe Allison and Peggy are using the same account. Am I correct on that? But you'll go one after another.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Allison Trowbridge. I'm a Manor Village Acorn Tenant Union rep. I've lived in Manor Village for the last 8.5 years, along with my son. I just want to thank everyone for allowing me the opportunity.
Sorry, it just you lost your volume. You lost your sound. I don't think she can hear me.
Better our housing and homelessness crisis. This crisis was declared in January 2020, and we as the nation's capital were the first Canadian city to do so. We sit here today, 2.5 years later, and only now are we bringing forth a plan that is unfortunately lacking critical supports for tenants like myself after losing such a high number of housing and gearing up to lose much more. I heard it said in recent days that rent evictions don't exist. They're simply a made-up term. I was shocked to hear this information, knowing I currently sit in the midst of a rent eviction and journey to homelessness. The fear of losing my home certainly feels real to my son and I, as well as the roughly 30 other neighbors facing the same thing. It is this fear that has brought me here today to urge council to not only consider better supports and protections prioritized to those that need it most, low to moderate income renters in the city of Ottawa, but also acknowledge the lacking information and city staff's recommendations, and see that while being a great start, like myself and CIST committee see that the benefits within 5 sections, an anti-displacement policy that would limit the loss of affordable housing and prevent an increase in the already 40,000 needing a home by requiring a 1-to-1 replacement of affordable housing units. It would give tenants like myself the trust and an enforced right to return to our unit following renovations at the same rent and provide us with temporary accommodations during the period it takes to carry out the renovations. Respectively, one can understand the concern for a tenant facing this situation and what it would feel like to not know what they will do during that few months to years it would take to renovate their unit. An eviction bylaw that would require these protections be carried out by landlords prior to obtaining any building permits, and a strong inclusionary zoning policy that would prioritize affordable housing suiting tenants like my neighbors and I at a 25 to 35% availability. Other beneficial aspects needing consideration are a tenant defense fund as well as a proactive tenant education program. Both of these inclusions are insanely important to tenants facing eviction under rent eviction or dem eviction purposes, as many either do not know their rights as tenants or are too afraid to act on them. Programs available to inform tenants of their rights while providing them with the financial as well as the authoritative support is crucial in the defense against a growing housing and homelessness crisis. In many cases, including my own, Bigger corporations feed on the fear and lack of knowledge of the tenant in order to gain a vacant unit where they can jack the rent up. This not only lacks fairness, but at the state our city has reached, it lacks dignity and acknowledgement to human rights. These programs would not only provide comfort and strength to tenants, but hold the rest of those within our city limits accountable to fixing the housing and homelessness crisis, while also ensuring these landlords continue to carry out their legal obligations in providing safe and enjoyable dwellings for the tenants they would rather see go homeless. As a tenant, I respect the need for landlords and other companies footing the bill towards keeping residential availability within our city. However, as soon as the profit from those properties becomes more important than the actual lives living within those walls, someone needs to start making declarations of struggle. Someone needs to start asking the important questions. Someone needs to start looking at what went wrong and how to fix it. As we remember, in January 2020, Mayor Watson declared a housing and homelessness crisis. Many of us sit here today like other days in the past and ask important questions surrounding our futures. Now we leave it up to those with the final yay or nay to show the level of importance that they see in our lives. We urge that anyone holding any deciding factor on this issue to realize the first step in fixing a problem is to stop adding to it. These 5 sections many of us have mentioned are the tools needed to start preventing growth in a housing and a homelessness crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a question for you from your counselor, Keith Egley.
Morning, Allison and Peggy. I can sort of see you in the corner there. Thank you both for coming out again. I'm not sure if you heard earlier part of the meeting, but the issue around getting better education supports in place for people facing rent eviction circumstances is something I asked about, and Councillor McKenney is bringing forward a motion today around that, which I'll be supporting. So I think most of the people around this table will likely be supporting that as well to bolster the education piece. I just want to put why it's important though, and ask you a couple of questions to put in context. Allison, I don't mind, Peggy, if you jump in as well. I think Chair probably doesn't mind either. So in your particular circumstances in Manor Village, is it still the situation that the landlord has not reached out to you, both of you and some other tenants, to even offer a package to assist you to relocate somewhere?
So in Peggy's case, they haven't spoken to her. I did speak with someone from management vaguely, asked a couple of questions, and rather than being very upfront about it, they're still very, we can't talk in a public place. It has to be in the office. You cannot have another tenant with you. It still feels very threatening and very scary. You know, I as a tenant want someone with me, and they're not willing to allow that. So.
And has there ever been any discussion that you're aware of with the two of you or any other tenants during this process that you would have the right to move back into your accommodations after the work is done?
So it was finally discussed with that same member of management, and he flat out said, yes, we will be allowed to return at market rent. So that would mean my rent would jump from $1,270 to anywhere from $3,200 to $3,325. So.
And with that, wasn't any kind of an offer made to, assuming you could afford that, and I understand that would be a huge challenge, but assuming that you could, was there any discussion with the landlord as to where you would live or whether you would get a rent top up or anything like that between now and when the work would be finished?
No.
No. Okay. I just wanted to give clarity to the rest of my colleagues around the table. So when we're talking about things like the importance of people knowing what their rights are and you know what their options are, that this is why it's important. So people know.
And if I can speak to that, you know, I have sat in these meetings a couple of times, and I've had plenty of meetings with each counselor. And I feel when I started this, you know, I knew nothing. And the more I speak with you guys and with other tenants who know of these things, it gets easier every time. But that's only because I've had the support of not only counselors explaining things and other tenants explaining things, but a lot of tenants don't have that support. And when you go to Google, yes, this information is there. It's there through the City of Ottawa. It's there on Google. It's everywhere, but it's written very legal termed, and a lot of it is confusing. So when you're facing those terms already in fear of losing literally your life, I feel like it's not enough. We need everyday people that are there to help us go through these things and understand them, more than what this is just your right. You know, this is what you have the ability to do. We're still not fully understanding the terminology and what that actually means. But then also those expectations of, like in our part, a landlord who isn't going to follow that legal process. So as a single tenant, I would be scared. As a group, I'm not as scared, you know?
No, I understand that. And I think, you know, the city's going to be out there in a week or so having a clinic, information clinic set up in the Mannerdale building on Knoxdale. So I will definitely speak to staff and make it clear that people need to speak in plain language. It's fine to have lawyers there, but not to speak in legalese, and keep the information clear and concise for folks. So thank you both again for coming out. I know you haven't spoken yet, Peggy. I know you will, but I'll just thank you in advance for that. And I'll give the mic back to the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. And I'll just toss it right back to Peggy Rafter. You're up next.
Thank you. So my name is Peggy Rafter. I'm a Manor Village Acorn Tenant Union rep, and I've lived here for over 30 years in Manor Village. I've raised my children and now have my grandchildren here regularly to enjoy the neighborhood and my home. Neighborhoods like my own that are facing renovictions, that where 111 homes are being taken away, all for conversion to student living and skyrocketing rent. These neighborhoods could be saved if the city were to implement the proper tools to do so. The demands Acorn, other organizations and fellow tenants alongside me that have brought forward to better assist tenants are needed. These protections would not only prevent our current housing and homelessness crisis from growing, they would also provide tenants with the ability to properly defend themselves in evictions or where renovictions or demevictions are happening. These tools need to be implemented properly and realistically with those tenants that need it most, low to moderate income in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't know if we have any further questions or anything from members of committee. Obviously, we heard from Councillor Eglai, so appreciate your involvement here today and for your time. Thank you, Peggy. Thank you, Allison. So we move on now to, so while we have a number of registered speakers remaining, we only have 3 currently in attendance. So the next 2 in a row are Ray Noyes, followed by John Dickey. We did have registrations from Michael Sheridan, Megan Wiper, Joan Samuels, Jason Taylor, Bertrand Magisha, Jean-Marc Ladisser, and Nathan Hunter. They are not currently with us. And then the final speaker will be Tony Miller. So Ray, nice to see you again. Welcome back.
Hello, councillors, and hello again, Councillor Moffat and Leeper and Fleury as well. I'm speaking today as a tenant, a volunteer member of Acorn, and a concerned citizen. I'll talk a little bit about my personal situation and relate it to the larger picture a bit. I've lived in Vanier for 20 years, and I've lived in my current building for 17 years, since 2005. This long tenancy, combined with rent control, have put me in the unusual situation of living in a market rent apartment at a fairly low rent of $644. This is an older building on Mayfield Street. But I do have a big concern hanging over my head. Since my apartment building changed hands a couple of years ago, there has been a strange process going on. When tenants leave, no new ones seem to move in. There have been renovations going on constantly for over a year. The reason that the renovations concern me is that the building is being rebranded as luxury. I have been here for 17 years, as I said, so my rent is relatively low. Even so, I spend more than a third of my income on rent. And before I turned 65, when I was on ODSP, it was over 60% of my income. I'm concerned that at any time now, I might get rent evicted to let my apartment be rented to a new tenant at a much higher rent. And I'll just throw this in. It wasn't as part of my prepared statement, but there have been various minor problems which the management doesn't seem to be concerned about taking care of. And I think that with the fairly small number of tenants that remain, there's a problem with management looking after basic problems. Anyway, a new building of about 10 stories has gone up right across Mayfield Street from me, not more than 30 meters out from our front door. Just in case I am forced to move, I called the number for the new building's management and asked about bachelor apartments. I was told that the cheapest unit is $1,289 per month, which happens to be $120 more than my total income was on ODSP. In terms of my present income, it would represent over 2/3 of what I receive. That means that, like many parts of Ottawa, Vanier is being gentrified beyond the reach of its residents. Lately, I've made hundreds of phone calls to let people know about housing issues in the city, to invite them to an online workshop to prepare for today's testimony, and to encourage them to get in touch with their counselor to express their views on housing. Many of the people I call, including non-tenants, are very concerned about the loss of affordable housing through rent evictions and through dem evictions, where tenants are evicted and their homes are demolished to make way for more expensive housing, as many people have talked about already. When I talk about inclusionary zoning during these calls, many people express the wish to see the city do more of it at a higher percentage. Zero affordable rental housing is unacceptable. Acorn is asking that 25 to 35% of new units be truly affordable for renters. That is, that the rent be 1/3 of the household's income for those in core housing need. With this report at hand, the city would do far less. The loss of affordable housing and the lack of new affordable housing exacerbate the housing emergency that which the city declared about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago now. It's time to address that emergency by reducing the loss of affordable homes and encouraging the creation of new ones. I personally might need one depending on what happens with my building, but I'm also, of course, concerned about the many who will lose their homes and who can't find anything affordable to move to. In closing, I would simply ask that Council take seriously their declaration of a housing and homelessness emergency, with special attention to the city budget, inclusionary zoning, and anti-displacement policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, as always, Ray. Just see if there's any questions or comments for you. I don't see any, but thanks again for being here. We will move now to John Dickey.
Good morning, everyone. As you know, I lead the Eastern Ontario Landlord Organization, which primarily represents Ottawa's larger rental housing providers in the private market, although we do have members who are mid-sized and small, and I'm
You're on mute, John.
Yeah, for the fourth time today, this has happened. So you just lost the audio there. You're just on mute, so you just unmute yourself. No, but there's still no audio.
How's that?
That is, you are back.
All right. Well, thank you, and I apologize for what part of this is at my end. So, I lead the Eastern Ontario Landlord Organization, mostly representing Ottawa's larger rental housing providers, but I'm also in touch with mid-sized and smaller providers. I'd like to take us back for a moment to the way Mr. Willis, one of the points Mr. Willis made in his introduction, and that is, he said the current system badly serves both tenants and landlords, and certainly that is EOLO's position. The second point I'd like to make is that when there is to be intensification it is inherent in intensification that existing buildings are demolished and new buildings are built. So that if the city wants to avoid urban sprawl and yet grow, and is mandated to do by the province, and I would hope we would want to house more people in the longer term, existing rental housing needs to come down in order for new rental housing to be built. Then let us go to what is the broad problem. And certainly there are specific instances, there are situations here and there, but the broad problem is that over the last 5-7 years, the demand for rental housing has increased significantly more than the supply of rental housing. That has happened because of immigration. It has happened for a variety of reasons, including house prices going crazy and people thus not moving out of rental housing into ownership housing. So that is the broad problem. It was interesting. One of the Acorn speakers said, to solve a problem, you have to start by not making it worse. And the point I would make to you is that when you bring in rental replacement policies, when you bring in all these controls, all these supports for tenants, often they can be used to delay developments, to stop developments. And in doing that, you are liable to make the problem worse because you are liable, you run a significant risk of getting in the way of the building of the new rental housing that is so desperately needed. So I realize this is a check-in, and staff have assured me, and sensibly so, that there will be further discussions about these things. But that is the sort of side of the story that you have not heard for the last 2 hours that I would like to ask you very seriously to keep in mind, because it is important. Because I want win-win solutions. And what I fear is that what may be produced instead is lose-lose solutions. And that would be a bad thing. I will be speaking again about the inclusionary zoning. And in the course of that, I will present to you some figures from a recent study of the cost of developing rental housing in Ottawa. And that is something that has to be borne in mind. And what Acorn and others want, both in terms of inclusionary zoning, I will say frankly, is completely ridiculous and undoable. It assumes that there is vast profit in rental housing development, and there is not. There is hardly any profit in rental housing development and not a lot in the land costs. But we'll talk about that a little bit later. The other thing that is proposed is these various restrictions, the provision of replacement housing, both in the interim and in the long term. These are all things that will add to the cost of development. The city is already adding to the cost of development with its vacant unit tax, with its other tax, its vacant its registration of vacant units. Developments do not happen overnight, and that takes us back to Mr. Willis. So I look forward to speaking at greater length about the IZ issues, but that is the perspective that I would like to make sure that you consider and that staff consider as they go along. Clearly, staff have considered it in the IZ report. It's not as evident in the replacement policy report, but it is something that needs to be taken into consideration there too. So thank you for hearing from me, and happily for both of us, you'll hear from me again.
All right, thanks, John. Just out of curiosity, so you're listening to the last couple hours and you're hearing some, and this might be an unfair question, so you can just let me know, but you hear some of the hardships from tenants that we heard this morning. From a landlord organization perspective, how do you see those? Do you see those and say, well, there's more to that story than what's being presented here, or do you see them as there are bad landlords and they don't represent all landlords? But in that case, what can your association do to help in that case? Because obviously, like with many things, a couple of bad landlords, and there's probably a lot more than a couple, ruin reputation of good landlords.
Well, there are 10,000 landlords in Ottawa, roughly. And so, yes, there are more than a couple of bad landlords. And EOLA certainly doesn't appreciate badly behaving landlords. But you also put your finger on the situation that I see other aspects in the situation. Lauren recently was complaining that the cheapest co-op or the co-op she could find would cost $1,200 a month. And that would be $500 more than she's paying now. So that, by simple math, that means she's apparently paying $700 a month for one bedroom apartment. Her landlord has been giving her a tremendous rent subsidy for the last 5 years.
You just stop. I don't really like you talking about another delegate just because they don't have a chance to respond, right? So I just know, but in fairness, they can't respond to what you're saying. So I don't want you to draw conclusions or assumptions of what she said in her presentation. So don't be specific.
So let's keep it general then, that many of the people who are coming forward, and they will suffer because the rents will go up so much. Well, it's not just about is the rent high, it's the rent that they're paying now is so low. And that's the other side of it, that the private market is in many cases already subsidizing people. They are providing lower rent, certainly than the market would allow them to charge. And from that point of view, landlords are already part of the solution, not just part of the problem. And we have to be part of the solution. And in many ways, we are.
Okay, Councillor Eglai.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming out, John. You're certainly no stranger to this committee and other committees in the city. I just want to ask you a question. We heard from a number of delegates that there are some landlords out there that would prefer or take on paying the fine as opposed to making a right of first refusal available to existing tenants to move back into their previous units. And if you're not comfortable commenting on it, that's fine. But I'm just wondering, is that something that you've seen in your role with the organization? Have you received complaints? Have you received complaints from tenants that that's happening?
Among EOLA members, I have not heard of that. I have not heard of people saying they'll take the fine as a business decision. What I do know among members and among other rental providers is that they will certainly offer tenants buyout packages. And one of the delegates, I won't name them, spoke of that as being aggressive. Well, excuse me, the tenant is renting at $2,000, say $1,500 a month. The province says the landlord has to give them $4,500. And then they don't pay any rent. And that's what's supposed to help them in the interim period before they can move in. But what the landlord often enough, landlords will go to a tenant and say, listen, we have to give you $4,500, but instead of that, we'll give you $10,000 or $15,000. And we would like you, as part of that additional payment we're giving to you as your quid pro quo, to agree not to come back. And ELO members sometimes do that. But the tenants involved typically or often, they've never had $10,000 or $15,000 all at one time in their lives. They can use that money for different things. They might pay off other debts with it. They might take some time off work to attend school. Some of them, and it sounds a very small amount of money to us sitting at the table, but some start little small businesses. There are things that people can do with $10,000 or $15,000 or $20,000, and it seems to me it's unfair and unhelpful to characterize that as being aggressive. The landlord wants something, a unit that turns over and the tenant doesn't come back, and the landlord is often willing to give a significant amount of money to the tenant for them to enjoy, to do that. And that makes a lot more sense to me than a fine that goes to the province and subsidizes every taxpayer. I mean, you get a nickel out of it and I get a nickel out of it. Well, what good has that done to the tenant?
So you characterize it that the landlords are incentivizing people to leave as opposed to pressuring people to leave. That's what you
Yes, these buyout offers are incentives. They are offers, and not every tenant takes them, but the tenants who take them are making their own free choice to take them or to defend their rights, because it's not like the landlord has to give the tenant the right of first refusal. If the tenant just takes the 3 months, the 4,500 in my example, and then gives the landlord a notice that I intend to move back in when you're done with the renovation, then they have the right to move back in. And then it's up to provincial law to enforce that.
Just two quick follow-up questions. So as part of what your organization does for your members, do you provide continuing education, so to speak, to landlords about existing legislation and policies and procedures?
The short answer is yes, but what we are typically doing is updating people on changes. So recently, a reference was made to Bill 184. There were changes made that increased the fines for behaving badly, that increased the damage award the tenant could get, adding this 12 months rent. By the way, that's omitted from the staff report. I'm sure it's a simple error, but the staff report lists a number of things that a tenant can get. And now, since Bill 184, the tenant can also claim through the LTB 12 months of their previous rent. So that would be $18,000 based on a $1,500 rent. So we alert people to those things. We also alert them to human rights law, to human rights changes, the housing blitz. Under COVID, we were constantly updating people on what they needed to do under COVID. So the short answer is yes, we do plenty of landlord education.
Within that education, one of the things that you do be to explain to your member organization or member landlords how they can go about incentivizing people to leave their property?
No, we've never addressed that as an organization. I happen to know this because, as you know, I'm a lawyer as well as a leader of Violo, and I have dealt with, I'm not obviously going to name my clients, but a few clients have engaged our firm to assist them with drawing the paperwork.
Yeah, and just final quick question. You indicated that there are, you acknowledged to the chair that there are good landlords and there are bad landlords. And then you talked about your membership. Can you remind us, John, what percentage of landlords are represented by your organization and how many are out there as free agents, so to speak, out of the 10,000?
Certainly. I prefer to speak of it in terms of the number of rental units involved, but there are about 125,000 rental units in Ottawa. 25,000 are social housing. Ballpark numbers here, 100,000 are private market. Of that 100,000, 45,000 are smaller operators. And we have a few of those that I'm in contact with, maybe several hundred of them, but that's several hundred out of 9,000 people. And then among the big landlords, the multi-residential buildings make up 65,000 units, give or take. And our membership represents about 40,000 of those 65,000 units.
Okay, I'm just trying to do quick math in my head. So there's anywhere from about 25 to 40,000 units at least in the city, not taking into account social housing, as you called it, but there's about 25 to 40,000 units that are unrepresented by your organization. Is that a fair number?
That is correct. There are 2 or 3 other organizations that represent some of them, but it's very hard to get accurate numbers on that. Among the 3 of them, they might represent another 10,000 units, the owners of another 10,000 units.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan. Councillor Meehan, you're just on mute.
Darn it. Thank you. Thank you. And thanks, Mr. Dickey. Just to clarify, I would like you to clarify 2 comments that you made, if you would, please. You said that there's no profit in rental housing.
I meant very little profit in developing new rental housing now. And I have a whole presentation with a slide deck to explain what I mean by that. So I mean, unless you want me to go into that deck now, I think it would be better if we left it for the IZ discussion.
Yeah, and I would like to sort of challenge what you were saying earlier about some of the people that were presenting here, the delegates today, that they were paying far below market rent. I would think, I'm under the impression that most of them were paying far greater than 30% of their income for their rent. So
well, but you're comparing apples and oranges. 30% is a measure of rent off their income. That's a test of affordability. Market rent is a test of what do people have to pay in the marketplace, what is available out there. And the person's paying $700 for a coach house. You know, I don't know what coach houses go from, but I know other people talk to us about one-bedroom apartments, and she indeed talked about co-op apartments at $1,200 and other one-bedroom apartments at $1,500. And the figures I'll give you for a new one-bedroom apartment suggest $1,900, but that's brand new. So, you know, existing, and you look at the CMHC stats, market is probably about $1,500 for one bedroom. And if a person is paying less than $1,000, they're paying considerably less than the market rent for their unit. The other thing I should say is that, again, I hear these stories, and on a human level, I certainly feel empathy and sympathy, which are two slightly different things. But for the most part, as I hear the stories, many of them are about other problems in life. I heard COVID mentioned. I heard people being on an ODSP, they have disabilities. They have a hell of a rough ride in life. And I mean, yeah, sure, their rental housing is part of their issue now, but it's not like we caused or landlords caused them to be disabled or landlords caused COVID. So, you know, please take a look. And we didn't set the Ontario rates for ODSP or OW. Heaven knows we advocate that those rates be increased. We advocate for housing allowances, for housing benefits, for new social housing construction. We advocate for all these tools to solve the problems, but we also have a business to run, the business of providing rental housing at as close to market rents as we can get.
In fairness, no one that presented today was trying to suggest that landlords have caused their disability or COVID. I think the point is those are invariables, and they're trying to address the variables in their life, and often the variables are the rent issue. It's not the other things that are causing them other challenges. So to suggest that, I don't think it's fair to suggest that, well, they have other problems in their life, so it's more than just us.
Yeah.
And that wasn't, I'm sorry, sometimes I misspeak myself or do not speak as smoothly as I might. I'm not suggesting that they're blaming us for COVID or their disability, but I am saying that they're leading a life which is unpleasant, and much of it is because of reasons other than their rental situation. And there may be plenty of people, in fact, I'm sure there are plenty of people who have those other problems who do not have a problem with their rental situation. And let's not forget about those. Those are the all 20 tenants came today, and there are 100,000 private market. So we don't know, but we have a sense of, by leading our lives, what's happening to the other 99,980 tenants in this city. And let's not forget about them, as well as the landlords in this city.
You're on mute, Caroline.
Trying to be polite, and then I get caught. Okay. You said inclusionary zoning, impossible. Can you explain that?
Again, I'd rather do it with my full presentation.
Okay. He's a delegate on that one too, so we'll hear from
you. Okay, then I'll just leave it. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you very much, Chair Moffat. John, thank you for coming in today. I appreciate the perspective that you give us from the landlord side. Full disclosure, I've reached out to you several times over the last decade to try to get some insight into things from the landlord's perspective, as I also appreciate groups like Acorn and others that come forward, not just to these meetings, but in between meetings, to give us a perspective of tenants. you just touched on it in some of your earlier answers, but what I'm getting here is that from the landlord perspective, you realize there's an issue here. You want to be a participant in trying to find solutions here. And the tenants, what I'm getting from a lot of the delegations here today too, is they're recognizing there's a problem and there's a wide divide between what some people can afford to pay compared to the market rent. What I want to ask you is something that we've talked about in the past under housing initiatives was subsidies, housing subsidies. I'm a firm believer, and I want to get your view on this, that if we stepped up our efforts with housing subsidies, then we could motivate more of your members and other landlords to provide more inventory into the system to help with the housing issue. The challenge I see is that if we spend $500,000 or $700,000 to build a townhouse unit, we can only house 5 or 6 people in there. But if we took that money and put it into subsidies, we could literally house hundreds of people, not just for a little while, but for a year or two or whatever, with that money. Would you like to touch on that as a possible solution to really what we're all here today to try to solve, and that is to find more housing that people can afford?
Yes, certainly. I too am a firm believer in portable housing benefits. So providing a benefit that attaches to the tenant so they retain their autonomy. They can move if they choose or not if they choose. I think those are both the best solution for the tenant as well as the best solution in terms of value for money for the taxpayer. However, in addition to help on that, call it the income side, the ability to pay rent side, there is in the rental market now also a need for more housing supply. And that is something that our industry associations did not focus on until the last maybe 5 to 7 years, when the problem, the farther sighted people had been talking about it for 15 years and didn't like the fact that I was harping on portable housing benefits. But now we've come to the middle point at which they've agreed with me, we need more help to have tenants afford rents, and I agree with them, we need more supply. And that can be more supply through the private market. Admittedly, it's high end, but as I say, people who move up, they free up the units they move out of. And it also needs to be more. There is a place for support. Well, there's obviously a place for supportive housing. That's a different issue, but there's certainly a place for cooperative and indeed for public housing too. Although, again, my preference, if we had the total market working well, would be governments in this province and country have tended to focus on supply to the point of about 90% of the money, and the housing benefit is only about 10% of the money that's spent. And I mean, I think a 50-50 split would be more helpful, so that we should move in that direction. But clearly we need more supply, frankly, at all price points, and we need better and more help for tenants who have these terrible affordability crunches. And if we had those things, then we wouldn't be hearing these terrible life situations, because tenants, yes, they might have to move out of their neighborhood or down the street, but at least they'd have something to move to that they could afford. And to me, that's the way to solve the problem.
Well, in fact, by using more supplements, we can actually help people stay in the neighborhoods that they're in, so they're close to their friends, family. The kids don't have to be uprooted from schools. At least give them that option, that if they want. And I like the idea that you added to that about having it as portable, assigned to the individual, so that they have some freedom of choice if they wish. So I want to thank you for that, John. I want to ask a question of the chair. Would it be okay to give a direction to staff to, I know this motion is to have them look into things and report back. Could they also include in that report some discussion on these portable benefits or supplements as a means to help address this issue? By no way it's the only solution, Chair. I'm not saying that. I don't think John's saying that, but it's a tool that we could help a lot of families with relatively quickly if we would only put more money into benefits or supplements.
Well, when
Okay.
we get to questions to staff, we can touch on that, and then we can provide direction at that time.
Sure. Okay. Whatever works. Okay, John. Thank you. That's all the questions I had for this delegate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Chair. Often I think people don't consider that Councillor Hubley and I agree on issues, but we often do. We actually do. I just want to pick up on the rent supplement issue because just a bit of background on that. That is a responsibility of the federal government. It's part of the National Housing Strategy. And the National Housing Strategy has us reducing core housing need, which is what we're talking about today, core housing need. People who just can't afford, they're living somewhere that they can afford, but that is in good, state of repair or whatever, but they just can't afford it. But we should be getting, for our numbers in Ottawa, about 1,800 rent supplements a year. So we should be, at about 5,000 now over the last 3 years, and I think we're at about 700. So the federal government is failing, and Mr. Dickey, I think we have to look at the root causes here, and the federal government is failing us miserably on the National Housing Strategy, especially around core housing need. And we can go back to 1993 and Paul Martin's budget in 1993 when there was a hard stop on new social housing. And, the same thing happened with our provincial government. Social housing, cooperative housing stopped. And we have been slowly marching into what is a crisis, an emergency. And we will all know someone who's going to fall into homelessness. Might not be us. We could probably all be kind of certain that it won't be one of us, but we don't know it won't be one of our kids. We don't know it won't be somebody who else that we know who falls onto hard times. If someone loses a job today and where they're living, they're finished. So I just want to frame it that way because I want to come back to the some responsibility around landlords, but I want to ensure that we understand the larger context of what we are dealing with here. And every piece of the solution, inclusionary zoning, stopping rent evictions, rent supplements, et cetera, are all parts of the solution, but small parts of the solution. We actually won't get out of this until our governments, mostly our federal and provincial governments, because that's where the funding is, start investing heavily in deeply affordable housing. So I just want to go back to that, and because I don't think that I think that while we can look at rent supplements, we're just not getting the funding that we need right now. And John, I want to ask you a question, and I honestly just want to understand this, and I'm going to ask others when we're talking later about on the second report. But you've brought up lack of supply too, and I do seriously try to think about what that means, what that lack of supply means. I think it's a lack of supply of social housing. You think maybe it's I don't want to put words in your mouth, but for what I hear you say, you think it's a bit of both, lack of supply of social housing and lack of supply of rental housing, and you see barriers to increasing the supply of rental housing. And I just wonder, I'll tell you where I struggle with that is I look around just in the ward I represent, and we've got approvals on so many developments for rental housing that aren't being built. So they've gone through the approval process, gotten the approvals, and they just sit on the property. They sit on the value, that uplift in the value of land. Do you have any insight into that? I know you're not a developer, but I just, it was because you brought up the supply issue that I wanted to ask.
Yes, well, I do have training. Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? All right.
Yeah.
My undergrad degree was in economics, and I've written and read and done a lot in economic reasoning since then. And what I would suggest to you is that because the federal government made the tax situation worse for rental housing many times over the last 40 years, and understand I represent the industry nationally, not just in Ottawa. There are only certain times in the economic cycle when developing rental housing makes sense. And we're just coming out of a period which was an unusual period when rental development did make sense. And that was because interest rates were so low, and that in turn meant that net cap rates were so low. So that I can explore in a little more detail under IZ, but we had this period when it actually, the way developers talk about it is it's hard to make projects pencil. What they mean is it's hard to add up all the costs and then show that, look, I'm going to put $90 million into this building. And once I've done that and rented it up, it'll be worth $100 million. That's what someone wants to see. That's creating wealth. What we don't like to see is put $90 million into the project, and at the end of the rent up, it's worth $80 million. At that point, we've effectively converted $90 million of assets into $80 million of assets. No one in any business of any kind wants to do that. That's just not something you want to do. So I would very much suspect that these people were moving forward. They had plans that made sense. They needed the zoning, they needed the changes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But then as the situation moved along, interest rates have risen for the last 6 months. Costs have been rising for the last 2 years. When you update the pro forma, in other words, budget for the property, you could easily have a project that 3 years ago made sense, 2 years ago was okay, but that doesn't make sense today. That if the developer goes ahead with it, as I say, they'll put, in my example, $90 million into the development. And at the end of the day, that building they now own will be worth $80 million. That's the problem. And there's no single solution to that. Of that $90 million in my example, 2/3 of it, $60 million, is construction costs. And as I say, they have gone up. 10 million of it is governmental fees and charges, both municipal and federal. 10 million, about a little more than 10 million is land. And IZ may work on that, and we can talk about that. And then the last 12 million or so is the other various things that go into both building, developing, building, and then leasing up a rental building. So I'm not at all surprised to hear you say, Councillor, that there have been approvals given and the projects are not going forward. They may go forward in 2 years, in 18 months, as if interest rates come down again, they may pencil again. Oh, and we hope construction costs will come down. But with those two things, they might be viable again.
Yeah, I mean, these have been approved for 5-6 years and haven't moved. So I would challenge you a little bit on the interest rate piece, but I'll let that go. And I'm going to ask this question again of others, but you know, they were approved years ago. And some of them flip over because there was that uplift in, at least in land value. I just want to quickly come back to one other thing that you said. I just want to make sure that it's clear when, you know, somebody who's poor and maybe paying, say, $1,000 a month for their rent, and they're being rent evicted and they're offered $10,000, $15,000, even $20,000. Somebody who's poor, that is very difficult to turn down. But I think we have to remember that when they go out and rent somewhere else, their rent goes up by at least $1,000 at the very least. We heard it's often more. So that, say, $15,000 is a year and 3 months of subsidizing their own rent. And then once that runs out, they're homeless, right? So I think that we have to be careful in framing the incentive of all that money as something that will save somebody going forward. It actually won't. It actually makes their tenancy moving forward very precarious and transitional. So I just want to make sure that was framed that way.
A very quick comment. I think people would certainly need to be finding rents that aren't $1,000 more, that are maybe $500 more.
They don't exist. They don't exist.
Well,
once people get rent evicted, when people are being rent evicted, they're looking even 500 more. You've run out in 3 years, right? Like it's not a limitless supply of money. They have to go out, find something else. It's always much more expensive. This subsidizes them for a short period of time. It becomes transitional housing. They don't do well, and then they fall into homelessness, unless by some miracle they win a lottery. But I'll leave it at that. And John, I am going to ask others about the supply issue because I genuinely want to understand it. I really do. Thank you, and I appreciate your.
And thank you.
All right,
Thanks,
thank you. Thank you. No worries. Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, John. Thank you for your delegation. Two questions. The first one, just coming back to rent subs. I know, and this is a great conversation to have, actually planning committee members with CPS members. But CPS committee members have done a lot of work on a number of these fronts, and I know you've participated in delegation. Are you aware of the amount of rent supplements, not the amount number, but the amount volume that is currently unused? The last figure I saw was that there was about 7 million still unused of rent supplements. So the program exists, maybe guiding you to the work we've done with at CPS with the Alliance as well. What is missing in the program to be more effective for private landlords?
Well, the sort of maximum end of the rent can fall behind market. That happens in a rising market. The city staff do update that periodically, and I thought the last time they did it, they moved significantly, and that would help a lot. And I think it did help to some significant degree. Other issues can be around the tenant that is being proposed for the unit, and in particular, whether they need supports. Social service, mental health supports, as well as the income support. And again, the private sector feels a little bit jaded around the promise of supports attached to the tenants. In our experience, the city people and the agencies talk a good talk about how much support they'll provide and how we can rely on it. And they talk the talk, but they don't necessarily walk the walk. So I think the only solution to that is to work at it from both ends, to get the agencies and any direct operations of the city to be a little more insistent about using motivational interviewing to get in, to be talking with the tenants, to be supporting them. And at the same time, as that gets better, then persuade landlords that in fact, the supports will be there, that they are getting better. Various things have been tried along these lines over the last 10 years. One goof up I remember was I was long suggesting that landlords should ideally have a number that they could call if a tenant is going into crisis. And the city apparently created such a number and funded an agency to provide the crisis interventions, but they didn't tell me they'd done it. So I didn't tell any landlords. So they said, oh, it's not being taken up. Well, yeah, I can tell you why, because nobody knew it was out there. And usually staff doesn't drop the ball like that. But on that case, they dropped the ball. And I think that might be another thing that could help get more people willing to accept more portable housing benefits, more rent supplements, if they knew that these supports were available and would be delivered. And also, as I say, this crisis line, I'd still like to try that and know that it was happening so I could get people to use it.
John, you're speaking to one aspect, and I appreciate that. Do you fundamentally agree that the structural piece, that is the lack of connection between the affordable housing wait list and the private landlords, is the gap is a lack of the head lease environment that we've been discussing for a long time?
Well, part of it could be head leases. They could help, certainly. Another part of it is the fact that in the rent supplement system, the tenants are sent to a landlord, and so they don't have a lot of choice. Well, they have hardly any. They have no choice. And then the third aspect to it is, as Councillor Hubley has mentioned, the other thing is to attach subsidies to a tenant and let the tenant go looking, or if in fact let the tenant use the subsidy to help them pay their rent where they are now, because the unit may in fact be adequate. The bulk, the 90% of the people who are found to be in core housing need are in core housing need because they're having an affordability problem. It's
So not to interrupt, John, but Mr. Chair and Councillor Hubley, I guess I would be careful with that direction. It is part of the CPS work plan. I believe our housing director is working on a head lease program and coming back with a report. So, I would recommend we have an off the committee discussion to see if the head lease review elements do capture what you're conveying. I think it does, or I believe it does. So just to make sure we don't duplicate efforts. John, my last question to you is in relation to what we're hearing today is this very polarized issue, which is there are individuals that are in vulnerable situations because landlords are proceeding with demos or renovations and so on. And there are organizations who are trying as best as they can to support those vulnerabilities. And there's a big space in the middle for negotiations and protection and reintegration. But we're focused on the polarization of these issues because they're real and they're impactful. I'm curious to know from your perspective, if I'm a landlord and I own a 2-unit family unit and I'm able to build an 8-unit environment, when I purchase the investment or when I look at the investment, do I factor in today's rent for those 2 units? So, and if not, can you explain the economics and why wouldn't we? To me, I just assume, and I'm not a landlord, I know a lot of landlords, and my understanding is many account for the financial environment with existing tenants in place, existing leases, and see the increase in infill or development potential as additional revenue sources. But scrapping the entire structure and looking at it from a full financial model is what, to me, drives the polarization here. So I'd love to hear from you, not from a financial point of view, but from a policy point of view, how you believe most landlords look at the example I was giving.
I think many landlords, and frankly, from my experience, also many members of the public, do not feel that because they have 2 tenants currently paying, let's say, $1,000 a month, that they have taken on an obligation to house those same 2 tenants at $1,000 a month plus inflation for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And the public sees this too. They think if you want permanent housing, well, then buy something. If you've rented, yes, you've rented. And the public, in fact, is sometimes a little surprised to hear that tenants have the right to continue unless, practically in perpetuity, or at least until they die, unless the landlord has a very specific cause to terminate their tenancy. So, you asked that of one of the previous presenters, and she perhaps sensibly dodged the question. Well, I'm not dodging the question entirely because we really think that's the obligation. Supporting low-income people in their housing is the obligation of governments. And that is clear in the UN declarations. Yes, landlords have a role to play, but the whole burden in respect of any particular person should not be shifted onto us. I mean, Loblaws and Metro don't have to have here's a checkout line where we'll charge you only half the price for our food. Clothing stores don't have to have a checkout where, because you're poor, we'll charge you only half the price of the clothing you want to buy. So why all of a sudden is it landlords who have to do that? It should be all of society. And it should be done. Don't get me wrong. It should be done. And we should play parts on the margin, but the whole burden, or at least significant parts of the burden, should not be put on us, is my philosophical position.
I understand the investor side of your response. I do feel that the DNA of most of the landlords in Ottawa that are Ottawa based is not like that. I see landlords, and we had, for example, the Manor Park Estate folks recently who came in with a big project. They're saying otherwise. They are planning to keep market or current rent structures while they increase the portfolio, and the portfolio investment components are in the new structure. I see that as the nuts and bolts of this issue. We are going to see a lot of infills, and unless existing tenants and the financials for a landlord are captured, then yes, we're going to need some major interventions by government, not just at the municipal level. I'll leave it at that. We can take it offline, John.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper.
Thanks, and thanks for the presentation, John. I guess one of the fundamental issues that we're trying to deal with here is the question of dem evictions. And we understand the harms of dem evictions, which is people who have had affordable housing lose it. The price at which they can find new housing is more than they can afford in today's market. And there's, of course, the emotional and sometimes very real harm that comes of having to move out of your neighborhood, move away from your usual supports, your networks, etc. And what if we implemented a rental replacement type bylaw like Mississauga has, that would institute one way of addressing the issue, which is essentially a price control. Residents would have the ability to come back into their housing at prices that are similar to what they're currently paying. You've proposed that one of the better ways to address the issue is through portable subsidies, to continue to allow prices on rental housing to float to whatever the market will bear. And in order to help people afford that market price, to provide public monies to top up their ability to pay on whatever their private income is. I guess I wonder, John, and you're an economist, so you can help me understand this a bit better. If the price continues to float, if the price for rental housing continues to be market, and you provide a lot of new money into the system to allow people to compete for that housing, doesn't the price of housing then just continue to go up even more than it was before?
Not necessarily. It depends on designing the portable housing system in an effective way. And the effective way to do that is to give the tenant a subsidy which applies deeper in their rent and doesn't apply at the very top end, so that the tenant at the very top end is paying a significant percentage, maybe not 100%, but a significant percentage of any extra rent. That manages the demand. That manages the impact on the demand side. And BC has done that now for 30, 40 years. Quebec has done that. There was a whole paper produced by CMHC researchers. It cost about $100,000. And it looked at the Canadian portable housing, or they were called housing allowances at the time, but portable housing benefits, and said that with that design, they do not cause rent inflation. Now, you look at the US housing voucher system, Section 8, I believe it's called, that design is a bad design, and that can increase rental housing prices, but it's in doing it smart. And in Canada, thankfully, we've, through the provincial experiments with portable housing benefits, we have had that experience. The US also did an experiment in, I think, the 70s, a long time ago now, but they basically flooded portable housing vouchers into a city. And they, again, found that done correctly, or at least done the way they did them, they did not particularly inflate rents. So your question is eminently sensible and reasonable, but I believe there are appropriate answers to that so that we can, in effect, have a win-win solution. We can let the developments go ahead so we get more supply. We can support the tenants so they're not unduly disadvantaged. And it's, the burden is fairly spread across society rather than focused on the particular people who happen to provide rental housing.
So if the delta is, say, $750 to $1,000 in order to find a 1 or 2 bedroom unit that is, somewhat comparable to what you've had previously, how does that work in terms of a well-designed portable subsidy? such that it's not free money?
It works that the subsidy pays, let's say, the first $750, and then it pays 50% of the next $100, and then it pays 25% of the next $100, and then it pays nothing beyond $950. And that avoids the increase in demand. The tenant is not, if the tenant can find a unit at $750, they're made whole. So they're incentivized to do that. If they can find a unit at $850, they're made practically whole. If they can find a unit at $900, they're not doing badly, but they $950, but they better not go over $1,000 because they can't afford. And I know it sounds a little harsh, but it manages the problem that you've correctly identified of the increase in demand. You have to avoid increasing demand at the margin.
But we're not necessarily increasing demand by providing the funding. The demand is already there because people are being rent-evicted. Or dem-evicted.
Well, but Mr. Lieber, the effective demand isn't there because the tenants don't have the money to pay the $500 or $750 or $1,000 more.
It's not like they're looking to upgrade. They're simply looking to maintain.
I understand.
Yeah,
I understand.
It's a constrained supply.
Well, it is a constrained supply, but you want to. Well, and frankly, then, I mean, this is one part of the solution, and there need to be various supply-oriented solutions as well. But, and again, you've put me a little bit on the spot here because, I mean, I dug deeply into this issue about 8 years ago, but I haven't dug deeply into it since. So perhaps over the next month or two, or year or two, I can dig more deeply into it again. But certainly, there's a lot of people, including a lot of social housing providers, are saying now that portable housing benefits are part of the solution. And remember, if you allow more, there's a bit of a lag, but allowing more development means there are more units out there. And I've heard some people, diss the trickle down effect, but within housing, we talk about it as the move up effect. And the move up effect has been the way affordable housing has been made available to people for the last 100 years. And someone moves out of a middle rent unit into a high rent unit, somebody moves out of a low rent unit into a middle rent unit, and hey presto, you've got a low rent unit for somebody else who needs a low rent unit. I mean, but you've got to get the supply as well as helping people with the income problem.
Yeah, unfortunately, the supply is coming with increased price. The supply is being increased at a time when construction costs have increased. And at the same time, the supports, and we heard from one delegate, there are no supports available. Now, if she had a portable subsidy, she might be able to have a fairer shot at competing in the market. But the delta is so large now, and it's not like for like unit. It's not intensification of the same priced units. It's intensification, but at a much higher price point. Due to a number of factors, including construction costs, and I'm worried about adding a lot of portable subsidy money in, and just increasing the price at which people can compete for the housing, because that's just going to increase the price.
But the people who move into the new housing, they were living somewhere before, and it's almost always lower cost, lower price, lower rent rental housing. People don't move, at least a few seniors move from their homes into new affordable, new rental housing. But in most cases, it's people whose incomes have gone up, who've gotten married, who want larger space. They'll want a nicer unit, better located. They'll move into that, and then their units become available. And yes, there's some uplift in the rent between the tenants, but it's units available at lower rents, not just at high-end rents.
Okay. I will leave it there. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, John.
Thank you. Thanks, John, for your time. We'll see you in a bit.
Yes, thank you.
Up next is Tony Miller. From big landlords to small landlords. There you are, Tony.
Well, that was quick. Sorry, I wasn't prepared. Hi, Scott. Hi, council members, committee members. Yep, so my name is Tony Miller, and I'm the founder of the Ottawa Small Landlords Association. We're about 2,000 members in the community from across the province, and some members who live outside the province. Small landlords predominantly own 5 or fewer buildings with 5 or fewer units. We build secondary dwelling units, or ADUs as they're called in the new official plan. They focus on short-term rentals and improving the housing quality through fix and flips. Small landlords also, according to CMHC, provide roughly 49% of the rental housing stock. That will probably be updated when CMHC releases its new information sometime later this year. But I'm just going to speak, from small landlord perspective. We're not really into evictions or tearing down properties and building up. We generally just take the existing building and we add a unit or 2 to them. So that's where I'll speak. That's what I'll speak about. Just give me a second. I had notes prepared, but I've been listening all morning, and so I scrapped my notes, and so I'll be going from point to point here. So just bear with me if you don't mind. In the report itself, we do have a few concerns, specifically the definitions of rent evictions. The report mentions affordable housing, but it doesn't provide a definition of what affordable rental housing is. That would be nice to have in there as well. In terms of statistics, the report doesn't talk about what the problem is. We know that there are bad landlords out there who will evict tenants in bad faith. And those are the stats that we really want to hear about and know about. And the LTB does publish, or the LTB stats are published in CANLI. That's the Canadian, I forget what the acronym stands for, but it is available online. And it'd be nice if the report had some of those stats. We definitely agree with the need for increased tenant awareness. That definitely is apparent. I actually get lots of emails and calls from tenants who I know, people who know my wife, and they ask me questions about it and about their tenancy situations, and we point them in the right direction. I also agree with Councillor McKenney that it is an affordable public rental housing supply issue that needs to be fixed. There needs to be a lot more built before we can start fixing the problem. Once people move out of private rental housing for whatever reason, well, they need a place to go. And we understand that. So, I think there's some, we agree with what Councillor McKenney is saying there. I'd like to say also that there's no mention in the report about the landlord and tenant board. We've heard a lot this morning about the city wanting to add regulations, make it prohibit landlords from doing rent evictions. They want to add and change some of the regulations, but you can do that, but the body that actually enforces those changes is broken, the landlord and tenant board. So you can do all these things policy-wise, but it's not going to help tenants unless you actually ask the province to fix the landlord and tenant board, because they're going to be waiting 7 and 8 months before they actually get in front of the board and get supports. So we ask that the landlord and tenant board be added to the letter, that the mayor asked the province to fix the landlord and tenant board delays. That would be beneficial for both landlords and for tenants. I think it was Lauren who was talking about her situation. And I just want to mention that someone said that they didn't have protections. Well, if Lauren's still listening, boy, there is definitely protections for tenants who are served N13s. And let's remember that landlords can't evict tenants. Only the LTB can evict tenants, okay? So in the case that we heard earlier, that tenant would be to get the 120 days notice, right of first refusal, back at the same rent, an amount equal to the rent for the period of time that the rental unit will be under repair or renovation, whichever is less, or you must offer the tenant another rental unit that is acceptable to the tenant. So there's definitely a lot of protection there for tenants when it comes to the N13. And I guess I'm out of time. I can see that, so I'll stop. I had a whole lot more to say, but there wasn't really a lot of consultation happening with this file. I wish we had a lot more time to talk about things, but I'll stop there.
Thanks. There will be more time, obviously, in the months ahead.
Okay.
Mr. McKinney?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Tony, for coming out. I just want to ask you, why do you, and I don't know the answer to this, we keep hearing that, tenants have that right of first refusal. They can come back after their place has been renovated at the same rent. Why do you think that tenants are not taking up that offer from their landlords?
I think it might be a few different reasons. I think one is maybe they're not aware of what their rights are. They might not want to move back into the unit afterwards. Maybe the wait time to do renovations today, it's not 1 month or 2 months because of the supply chain issues and finding contractors, qualified contractors to do the work. It can take months. So a lot of tenants, I find, Councillor, they don't want to be in limbo for 6 months, sort of thing. They want to move on with their life. They don't want to have to go back to the unit afterwards. Like, they want to get on with their life. That could be 5 or 6, even 7 months later on. So I think that's probably the primary reason why.
Okay.
At least that I've heard,
Sure.
Yeah.
And I understand, Tony, that you're representing smaller landlords. So this is, dem evictions aren't necessarily
No. Yeah.
in your bailiwick here. But if we have, and I am, again, if we have a tenant who is, paying, could be through rent control, by the way, I just want to go back to the last speaker. Like, a lot of people have affordable rents because they are protected by rent control. When they move out of that unit, the rent goes up. Whether there's been renovations or not, the rent will often go up substantially. So, I think that for anyone looking for an apartment, if they in something kind of affordable, and the landlord comes around, says, you know what, here's your 3 months. You can come back in 9 months or a year, but in that time they have to find a place that they can afford. And you see, there's where that gap is, right? Like, and again, there are many solutions to this, and I think that anti-displacement is one of them. IZ is another one, but again, I go back to the role of community housing. I like to call it community housing because that's really what it is. So. So thank you for that. I think that it's good that we have that kind of understanding. I just want to ask you, Tony, and again, recognizing that you represent smaller landlords, but it was also suggested that earlier that there's that trickle up effect where, if I leave my apartment, I'm paying $1,500 a month, I go into one for $3,000 because I've landed a better job, something, has changed in my life. My $1,500 a month apartment opens up for somebody who maybe can afford a bit more coming out of a lower rent. But as soon as I move out, that rent goes up. Like, we do have that stretched gap all the time, because once you vacate. Do you see that when you are with your members? Do you see that immediate increase in rent when somebody vacates their place as having a detrimental effect on somebody else moving in? I mean, it can, if it's somebody who's earning, I don't know, working at a gas station, who's living in a unit, moves out, once that rent goes up, it's not somebody else working in that gas station in the same neighborhood, right? Like, then it's, I don't know, maybe a teacher, a single teacher or something.
I'll try to answer that as best I can. It's really, it depends what kind of property, where the property is, the tenant profile, like who would be able to afford the property, sort of thing. So we know when a tenant moves out, let's say if I own a property in let's say in Orleans, and a tenant moves out, well, there's certain demographics in Orleans in that certain neighborhood that we know are going to move in. So does that rent go up? Yeah, it'll go up to what the market will bear, basically. And I think that's where that gap that you mentioned, that's where I think that the need for a lot more community public rental housing to be built to cover that gap. So, you know, I don't think that the private market should be looked at to provide the community housing for those situations. It's really up to the government to build sufficient numbers and to help those tenants move into those places, you know, clean, affordable of units, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it does. It does. I don't know that I agree with you entirely, but I certainly do agree that, you know, our federal, provincial, and municipal governments, but especially the federal government since 1993, really has failed us in terms of providing that community housing. Countries and cities with great governments that invest in community housing, in public housing, people do better. They just fare better.
I'll be first to admit that, you know, I'm not an expert in affordable housing or anything like that. So, yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Curry.
Thank you. Thanks, Tony. Sorry, I was at Hydro Ottawa, so if I'm about to ask you something, you've already sent us an email. I'm sorry I haven't read my email yet, but I'm wondering, when you say landlord-tenant board is broken, it's very true. I've heard that from many smaller landlords. It's quite broken. Then you say, let's add in that we should ask for them to fix it. Have you sent us anything specifically you want fixed? Because I do hear that a lot, that it's quite broken. What's broken? What needs to be fixed?
Oh boy. I think the speaker who was on earlier from Ontario Landlords Watch can provide you like a long list of wants and needs. But I can tell you from our members, the biggest issue are the delays. So right now, if I can describe it this way, every residential lease in Ontario comes with a 7-month eviction ban. And it's an unofficial eviction ban because landlords are unable to get in front of the landlord and tenant board for hearings. It takes 7-8 months before that happens. So basically the landlord and tenant board, their service delivery standards is 30 days to schedule hearings. We're looking at months before that happens. If the city of Ottawa had that type of record, I'm sure that would be rectified pretty darn quick. And it's causing a lot of problems, obviously. Okay, and so yeah, that's the number one thing. And I can send you an email, Councillor, if you like, just with a quick description of that, the wait times, and the stats from the landlord and tenant board too. That show.
That'd be great. It is the delays in the system. So much of it is just those delays, and then there's construction delays. Like then you get into major delays.
And
okay, that's helpful.
The issues for smaller landlords is that they don't have the financial capacity to wait 7-8 months. You know, it's if for whatever reason, you know, for whatever reason that they're seeking vacant possession of the unit, it's pretty hard. It's difficult.
Yeah, super. Thanks, Tony.
Welcome.
All right, that's it for questions for Tony. So thank you, Tony, for your time here today.
Thanks, Chair.
And that is the last delegation. So we will move now to questions to staff. And Councillor Fleury has his hand up before I even finish that sentence. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if staff are coming on screen here. Oh, here we go. Mr. Willis, good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation and your work on this. This report stems back from my motion and Keith Eglei's motion on a previous file. So I want to thank Charmaine. I want to thank Anthony DeMonte and Legal Services who engaged with Councillor Eglei and Councillor McKinney and I throughout. Just a question about our authority. So on one aspect, we have building code, planning, and then we have our tools around bylaws that we can create. And one of the bylaws, and I think it was raised earlier, that has created a safer or a more stable environment around housing has been the demo control bylaw. So you're a property owner, you have residential units, we're not allowing you to demo that building until that residential unit has a matching or increase of residential unit. And I wonder, where I'm going with the question is, we've created that environment to protect residential components. Could we not create a similar or matching environment to prevent renovictions using either the Building Code Act, using our planning reviews, or using a particular bylaw, but in the spirit of what the demo control has meant to council and staff authority?
So, Councillor, there's multiple answers to that question. I'll try to be concise. So under the Building Code Act, building code is a permit that you are entitled to if you meet the requirements of the act. And those requirements are generally related to structural safety, electrical codes, plumbing codes, insulation and weather protection. It is a yes/no function, and the city has no legal authority to put new conditions on top of building code permits. It is a very constrained process under provincial legislation. You rightly pointed out to demolition control as one tool, and that's one of the things we're looking at. The Section 99(1) of the Municipal Act is a tool that we specifically recommend we go down the road of looking at pulling that, and there have been examples of other municipalities in Ontario that do use that tool. That is the main area. Now, what we're seeing in a lot of renovictions and demevictions is there isn't necessarily a planning application associated with that. And we dealt with that very recently when we were talking about the relocation of the alignment of the LRT on Woodruff, is that we have a situation where people are being given their notices and there is no planning application on the table. So that we don't always have a concurrent planning application to use planning tools. And and the other thing is, in zoning, you cannot, we as a city cannot regulate land use, whether or not person rents or owns their, it has to be insensitive to those things. It has to be neutral on those things. So zoning is a very poor tool to use on this. So staff believe, based on the research we've used, that Section 99(1) is the best tool possible. And since Toronto and Mississauga have gone down that road, I have some comfort that that's probably where our effort is best focused.
So I want to thank you for your response. I want to better understand. So you're saying you're seeing what other municipalities have. You're seeing the tools we have, perhaps. What do you see as next? So I'm very comfortable with the recommendation elements to, hey, province, wake up to this issue, wake up to that issue, give us the tools here and there. That aspect, I think, is bang on in the report. What I'm unclear about is, okay, what are the timelines of our legal review as you're highlighting? We're going to consider these and these elements. Under what environment are we doing that, and what are the timelines for that?
So I think, as I indicated in the beginning of this presentation, this issue crosses so many city department boundaries, and we're all, we're dealing with multiple requests of council, and we really are doing our best to push this through. And if council adopts this report, we'll get on that work right away, and we'll have to come to the next council, because that's where we're at in the cycle, and bring the information forward as recommended in the report. My hope is we could be back, because we understand the urgency of the issue, we'll be back early in the new year with a recommended path forward and what it means. Understand that if council wants to put a new regulatory regime, we have to give it a home somewhere in the broader city organization, and you have to resource it. So that's part of what we have to do, as well as give the next council how that happens. So we're willing to do that work. That's clearly what council wants us to bring a recommendation back, and that's the intent.
Okay. And then specifically, I don't know if you had an opportunity, but Acorn did provide a legal framework, which, from a legal standpoint, I will give direction or motion for legal to provide a written memo on that review. But one of the aspects that I thought was very interesting was in relation to the City of Toronto. And I wonder if, since the report's been released, the city's report, if you would have a particular, I know you're quite checked in on what's happening, particularly in the province, and I wonder if you have a comment on the way the City of Toronto is doing it, and why couldn't we just embed our efforts with that tool?
I'm going to ask Mr. Schrum to respond because it is a legal question and I'm not a lawyer.
Thank you, through your chair. I think I'm hearing two specific questions from the councillor. So first about the legal memo that was submitted on behalf of Acorn. We're happy to take a direction to come back with a written response to that memo. I've also had a chance to review it. I've been acting, I should introduce myself as the legal counsel for this file in cooperation with my colleagues in legal services. I can provide some brief comments on it now, if you'd like.
I don't necessarily need for you to deconstruct because there's a number of things in there. I think the written memo will provide the analysis, and yeah, I will. I worked with the clerk. There is a direction motion that I'll bring at the end of this, but thank you, and thank you for accepting it. My question is specific to the identified tool for the City of Toronto, which we infer in the city's report. And I wonder if you had, I wonder if you could present the context under which, why when we just do that? Why today? I guess that's where I'm confused, is why today when we just pass saying, copy the City of Toronto in this regard and embed this in our law? I'd love to understand what legal work or what context needs to be presented that we don't do that today.
I can respond from a legal perspective, and perhaps Mr. Willis can also respond from a more policy-based perspective. The City of Toronto model that we're looking at in the report is a bylaw under section 99.1 of the Municipal Act. And that's the type of bylaw that we want to study in recommendation 2. And that's what we're proposing to take away and do as staff. Obviously, there's different contexts there that we need to study. So that's why we're not, and it will entail a significant amount of work on the staff's part. So that's why we're coming to council with this framework for how we're going to proceed.
And beyond a legal point, I'll go back to the point I just made, is if this is council's will to proceed with this, which the sense is that it is, we will not only do a legal review and construct what the bylaw is, we have to give you an implementation plan. How, where is this housed? What are the business processes within our various city departments that are affected by this? And then also what are the, resources required to make it work? So that's we really have to look at both the pure legalities and the implementation plan. And as I said, that crosses multiple departments.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate the response, and it's important to do these things right and have the full review prior to just band-aiding something in. So I respect the process of embedding and consulting on bylaws and so on. Okay, thank you, Mr. Willis. Thank you, Mr. Schrum. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you. So now would be the appropriate time to talk to staff about whether direction to include options on portable benefits or supplements can be part of this report.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to bring it up to staff, this is a
I
good
don't know
time.
if that's Mr. Willis or someone else that's going to speak to that, but I'd like to get some insight.
Chair, I defer to Mr. Sy on Housing Services.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's something that can be considered. However, I would note that one, the strain on the available housing benefits that we have is significant. So we're always advocating for more funding for housing benefits, whether it's rent supplements or portable housing benefits to individuals. I think council can direct us to make some of these housing benefits available to tenants who are being rent-evicted. We're currently in the process of working with Councillor Eagle and the community at, in Manor Village and Sherrill Gardens in order to assist with this, but we are bound by some other rules, such as the Housing Services Act and provincial federal regulations for the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit. So there are some financial and legislative considerations, but council can direct us to look into that and make housing benefits available.
That's what I'd like to see in the report, if I could, is a recommendation for it. And I fully accept and support what you just said, that we probably have to look at getting more money in there, if into the envelope for supplements of benefits, if we want to make a difference. And that's what I'm suggesting, is that we prioritize some money in there so that we can maximize how many people we can help in one way. It won't solve everything, but we will be able to help more. So could that be possible? You can include that, your department, if you will, is best placed to say an estimate of how much money you would be looking for to make a real difference in the people that are waiting for housing or that are in housing and at risk of losing it because of affordability. At one point it was a $250 supplement, I think, was what we were doing. And I understood there was a lot of people that $250 made the difference of whether they could keep the house they were in or not. So can I ask for assurance that you can put something in this report that suggests, whether it's 1 million, 10 million, whatever, that you're needed, that then the next term of council will have an idea of what they need to go and look for if they want to use this tool to help people?
Chair, there are a couple parts to this. So I think we could live with a direction that has us look at that and look at what some of the budget requirements would be. We're certainly trying to do that now. But the first part is the existing benefits and the way that the calculations work and the housing pressures that you've heard about today. We have staff have taken initiative and requested the province relook at those guidelines to make them more applicable to tenants trying to access housing in the private market. And I could tell you, it's not just the City of Ottawa. Probably most service managers across the province have asked the same thing. We're struggling to place families who are currently living in motels and get them housed as quickly as possible. But we do encourage tenants to work with us. We refer them also to agencies such as Action Logement, Housing Help, which the city fully funds, and to Legal Clinic, which is funded by the province as well, to assist with matters around rent eviction. But we would, a key part to that is having an increase to the housing benefits budget and the legislative ability to prioritize households who are being evicted as well.
Okay, thank you. It sounds like we're on the same page. I'll leave it there, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. So first, I guess I just wanted to clarify with you, Steve, with respect to recommendation 2 of the renoviction demoviction item. Do you take that, if it passes, to mean come back to us with a Mississauga style bylaw?
Chair, I know the Toronto bylaw better than the Mississauga one, so it's far easier for me to I'm just going to confess I'm aware of the Mississauga, but I need to put them side by side and look at them. I think if any Canadian city this size or any Ontario city this size that uses the same legal framework as we do, if they figured this out, I have no shame in borrowing ideas they have and working with it and bringing it forward. And then we would put it through a public consultation process as we've indicated, and it's been asked for in this meeting. And then we would bring the bylaw forward along with an implementation plan. So I think the intent is very much to take a deep dive on the Toronto Mississauga, and we also want to talk to them. As I said, it's not just about how you write the bylaw. I want to ask Toronto and Mississauga how they administer it, how they staff it, is it working? Those are the sorts of things that we want to see. I know Toronto struggled in the early days to make it work, and presumably they have some lessons that they can teach us about what to do now.
But overall, the direction what you're hearing from council if we pass this is that is the direction in which we want to move.
Chair. Yes, Chair.
Okay, that's good. With respect to another of Acorn's asks, which is the rental replacement that is implied by the Toronto bylaw is a step forward. But I think some of the community are concerned that it doesn't make much difference if, it's 2 years later that you can move in. There is a transition that's required if you are out of the unit and have to wait for the new one to be built, and they're looking for transitional help. Do you have any view as to whether or not that is statutorily possible? Is there any legal impediment to adding that?
So before legal answers that question, Chair, if I may, and forgive me if Councillor Kavanaugh and I have been negotiating on the wording of a motion that would have staff dive deep into that question. And I do think that's the appropriate next step. Legal can give you a preliminary thinking, but I think if we take the motion that will be on the floor, it'll have us look at that much more carefully.
Okay. But in terms of preliminary thinking?
I'll jump in here, Chair. I would say from a preliminary review, there's nothing that is obviously contrary to the legislation, including as conditions of a demolition or conversion permit, requirements for tenant protection, moving costs. Toronto is doing that to some degree, and we're going to study more in depth the specific nature of those particular protections and evaluate whether those are things that we're likely to face a challenge on legally speaking. But right now, there's no red flags jumping out from the bare wording of the legislation.
Okay, and after a legal analysis in terms of sequencing, if you confirm that very early understanding that there is not a statutory impediment to doing that, Steve, would you then come back to council with options to include it or not when you're coming back with the Toronto style bylaw?
So Chair, I think in terms of order of operations, and there's also another motion that has us look again at the Acorn opinion and what it means. I think we would take the next couple of months to do the legal in-depth on all of these different alternatives that are being talked about. We would also be reaching out to the 2 municipalities in Ontario with operational experience and do that work, and then package all this together in a go-forward strategy. And if it's helpful to council, and Garrett, I'm just going to ask you to nod if you're okay with me saying this. If we get early results on a legal review, maybe an interim memo to council before the bylaw comes forward, maybe an appropriate way of communicating the results of our effort.
Okay.
If legal services is comfortable with me committing on their behalf on that, that might be a good game plan.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think we need to go to the step of having another check-in to see whether or not it's added in. But if we know what the results of that legal review are, we can weigh in individually with you with respect to urging a direction and what that final bylaw proposition looks like. And my only other question this afternoon was with respect to the Tenant Defense Fund, and I think Councillor McKenney has a direction on the table to that effect. I was just, can someone tell me what they are doing in other jurisdictions in Ontario around a tenant defense fund? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with what Toronto's doing.
So Chair, I'm going to ask if Saeed is able to answer the question. I am not able to answer that question, but maybe Saeed may be able to.
Councillor or Chair and Councillor, unfortunately, I can't tell you what's happening in other jurisdictions. I can let you know what we are doing here with Acorn and some other organizations. However, we're trying to look at how we fund our current the sector currently that provides assistance to tenants who are being evicted or rent evicted or having issues with their landlords. And again, this is mostly Action Logement and Housing Help. We do reach out directly to the legal clinic and try to coordinate efforts with them as well. We've been in discussions with our legal our lawyer here within Housing Services to look at how can we handle what we would call a mass eviction process that we've been seeing in other areas. But it's a complicated response because we are starting to step into provincial jurisdiction on their toes. But I think we might be able to find a made in Ottawa solution, and we will certainly look at other jurisdictions outside the city of Ottawa as well.
Okay, it is a jurisdictional quagmire, but the increasingly tenants who are facing rent eviction, demoviction, they turn to their city councillors, and it is the throat that can be choked, right? Is the city is accessible and we're nimble and we're responsive, and so people come to us for help with landlord-tenant relations. And I would love to be in a better position than to say, here's, seek legal aid. I don't know the system well enough to be able to help you in something that's not within a city council's jurisdiction. As the challenges roll downhill to the municipality, we're going to be faced with this more and more, particularly as intensification and the comprehensive bylaw zoning bylaw review rezones a lot of the lands in Ottawa, which then become redevelopment plays where they are not currently. That's going to be a larger and larger issue. So we bear some responsibility for increased demand for dem evictions through our intensification policies, which are going to create opportunities for those private landlords and developers. So I will leave it there. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor/Chair Luloff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll pick up a little bit on what Councillor Leeper was speaking about at the end. How could this bylaw impact development plan and community development plans and the official plan moving forward?
So, Chair, official plan, community development plans, secondary plans are all long-term planning instruments. So these are 25-year documents or something to that effect, and they're very, very long game things. And and what we've been trying to do in the housing supply more broadly in the official plan was open up many, many more options for types of housing, because let's face it, traditional condos and traditional single-family homes are not going to solve this problem that's before us today. So we need other options in the menu. And I think council, I'm going to compliment council on its courageousness to widen the range of things that are permitted in many parts of the city. And I know it's uncomfortable as we get into apply it on a local level, but opening those options is a very important part of it. So that's our side of the story, which is being in a permissive regulatory regime to have all kinds of different housing types. Ottawa was a leader in Ontario on secondary suites and coach houses. We did it before the province made it mandatory. So we're doing all of those things to open up that you can build that stuff so it can be in the supply. So on the planning side, there isn't a direct link. Now, the issue that council is challenging us with, and we've seen it on a few individual development applications, and as I said earlier, not every rent eviction triggers a planning application. But when someone actually comes in with a major application, we've seen a couple, how do these things work out? And as I said, if council wants more tools in the toolbox, that's what these new options will give us. And that won't stop development in the long run, but it will affect, I'm going to qualify that statement in a minute. It should not stop development in the long run. The development should ultimately happen, but there should be a transition process for the people involved if everything works right. There are people who will disagree with me. Some people will say that if we are overly restrictive, then it may frustrate development and ultimately not get that intensification you want. I acknowledge those views are out there, but I also think the city's in an impossible position if we have to do something.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Now back to Councillor Curry.
Thank you. So I want to go back to what Tony said there in his question period, that landlords don't evict anybody. Right? The landlord-tenant board makes a final decision. Now, whether the tenant understands that, I mean, that's a whole other separate thing, what information tenants actually have about their rights. But to Tony's point about us asking the province to take a look at the landlord-tenant board and the problems there, because they are significant and they're a big part of this. Is there a place in this motion for that? Is that a separate thing? The first part of it asks for a letter to be written. Can that be added in? I don't know if that's to Mr. Willis or.
Yeah, Chair, to be helpful, may I suggest to committee that we add a C, we make a 1C that says, and address chronic systemic issues with the landlord-tenant board, including the current significant backlog. I think that sends the signal that council would want to send, and I get the impression that would be broadly agreed to around the table. So if council wishes to make that a direction, or a motion, I guess defer to clerks. I presume it's a motion, or to just add it. Staff would support that point.
Yeah, just get someone. We just have someone write that up and we toss up on the screen, have it moved by one of the other two chairs.
I'll ask Ms. Forgey to coordinate that while I answer further questions.
Happy to move that, Mr. Chair.
Super, and thanks all. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And to the other chair, Councillor Gower.
Thank you. One of the themes that came up a number of times was around education and awareness. I know the staff report does discuss this, and there's a motion from Councillor Kavanaugh as well to address this. But it does seem like there's a real gap for some tenants in getting the information they need. Have staff identified why there is that gap or any reasons for that gap? And I'd just like some more information on what strategy, if any, we have for the city to try to better inform tenants about their rights, specifically in relation to renovictions.
Chair, perhaps I'll take that. To help answer that, as I said previously, we provide about $1.8 million currently to tenant supports through 2 agencies within the sector. I can acknowledge that most likely those tenants, those agencies are under considerable amount of strain. Staff also do interject from time to time in some circumstances to provide information sessions and bring other resources together. So again, such as the legal clinic and external agencies, housing providers, the registry, just to provide tenants with their rights and also with other housing options that are available to them. I think a tricky area for the city is that we cannot provide advice to tenants on what they should do. So, we link them to the proper services, but especially with respect to legal advice, we cannot do that. And, and sometimes we may think, some tenants are making the right decision or the wrong decision, or the landlord is being good or bad in a particular circumstance, but it's very difficult for us to interject in those areas, so that we do have to refer on those agencies.
And are you aware what education or awareness programs the province does in the area of tenant rights? Or is the onus all on municipalities and whatever partners the municipality chooses to work with?
Chair, the province, I'm not aware really specifically of what they do provide. I know there's some fact sheets and online resources, etc. The province does fund legal aid as well to assist tenants in this particular area, and the funding that flows through to the agencies to support tenants is provincial funding as well. So that I think we should note that. With respect to other supports, you have heard issues around the landlord tenant board and support there, and other gaps again with respect to legal aid and services that are available to tenants in this area, including the provision of affordable housing and housing benefits.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of I'm wondering if we do in any way try to proactively identify properties that may be at risk for renovictions, or if there's even a practical way that we could do that. Like what kind of tracking or analysis do we do?
Chair, that's a very complicated question to answer, and I wish I had a simple answer. And it does relate to staff's response to one of the motions before us right now. I think that you have to put the expectation that the city will exercise best efforts based on the information that's available to us through the tools we have to track. We become aware of significant renovations perhaps when someone applies for a building permit. And as I said, you don't always need a site plan or rezoning to renovate your building. You can do massive renovations and it doesn't trigger that. And so there are various signals we might get. We might hear something in a pre-consultation and a rezoning application or a site plan application, but until someone walks in the building code counter, we might not know at all. So, I think the intent in some of the motions that are before us right now is we try to at least ask some questions in the various processes. And then if we're aware, then we make sure that the information, the user-friendly tenant right information we're going to develop is funneled to the people who need it as best we can. So I think that's from various directions and motions I've been looking at this morning. I think that's what we're trying to get to.
Yeah, I can kind of see that in the combination of a number of things people have suggested. It's how to reach tenants at just the right time with the information they need in the language they need, maybe, so that they have the awareness of the resources they can go to for support, and make sure that they're aware of their rights and they are getting the proper help that they need. But that's a challenge. That's a challenge.
And Chair, if I can give you an example of a challenge, and I don't mean to sound defeatist on this, because we really want to find a way to make this work, but we have examples like the Municipal Protection of Privacy Act prevents us from finding out information who the tenants actually are from a person who applies for a building permit. So, you know, trying to make these correlations, we're going to try to see how we work around things like that. So again, having general information on the city, very easily accessible, very easy to find, is the first point. And then trying to make sure that we work with our partners, as Mr. Saya said, through the Housing Action Logement and the Housing Assist groups, make sure they have it and they can pump it out. We work regularly and talk regularly with Acorn. They're a very useful tool in the community. Again, if they have access to it, like, we all have to work together to make sure that the people who need this information get it. So I want to say we're going to try to find the tools we can, for sure.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I just want to start high level first and offer whatever assistance AMO can provide in this regard. AMO is here on behalf of municipalities such as Ottawa. And I just want to remind everyone, with the annual conference coming in August, there's an opportunity for delegations for members to appear before ministers, including the Minister of Municipality. Be one of our topics to raise with the minister, whoever that will be. So let's take full advantage of this opportunity, because they need to hear this loud and clear as often as possible. Mr. Willis, we heard, I think it was Councillor McKenney, raise the point that the federal government has a significant role to play, and they are not fulfilling a number of obligations in this regard. Is there an opportunity here, as part of this motion, to do anything or send any message, send any letter to the federal government? Have you considered that when you were putting together these recommendations?
I'm going to start answering them, but probably Mr. Saya has to help me with this. So council gave us a narrow window to look at, and we responded specifically as it relates to Ontario legislation. So absolutely, our focus in writing this report was provincial law, provincial orientation. So I'm going to acknowledge that way up front. I'm going to ask Mr. Saya about the extent to which we communicate through various federal consultation panels on this issue, because, there are different opportunities at different times, and he would be far more familiar than I would.
Thank you, Chair. I think with respect to federal and provincial governments, you have to look at two areas. I mean, one, of course, it's the housing affordability issue, but the other one is around rates of social assistance as well. We're often trying to address housing affordability, which is also linked to household income and income security or insecurity, however you put it. One area that we should be looking at is also Ontario Works or Ontario Disability Support payments being made to low-income people and households, living in Ontario. And to give you some examples, and here's ODSP, which is the better of the two, and the shelter allowance is $497 a month. And I could just, and I think I see some councillors nodding their heads, and you could imagine how difficult it would be to find an accessible unit, let alone any unit, at $497 a month. And then for Ontario Works, the maximum shelter allowance is $390 a month. So again, we're often using housing tools to address another problem. Not that I'm trying to pass the buck, but a lot of this is about income security or insecurity, and I think that this is one of the ways that that responsibility is often passed on to municipalities. So either through improving those types of social service benefits or increasing housing benefits, but they're both income transfer tools at the end of the day.
I don't no longer sit on CPS, but have we as a municipality recently written to the provincial government, this was part of a theme of the last provincial election that we just had about the amounts that recipients of ODSP and Ontario Works receive, to add our voice to the fact how insufficient the current levels of financial support are.
Chair, I'll have to find when the last time we wrote to the province was on this. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm quite sure that we must have in the not too distant past.
Okay, if someone could dig that out, that'd be great. If not, I think we need to do something as of next week before we break for the summer. Just a comment briefly. I'm not going to speak again, so I'm just getting it out now. The addition, or the about to be addition 1C that Councillor Curry moved, that has to be done, and I support that regarding the chronic and systematic backlog of the landlord and tenant board. And just on education, we already have associations that exist, not just that represent landlords, but represent tenants. Acorn is one of many, and we can tap into their networks as part of a partnership to get information out. So if we want tenants to be aware of their rights and aware of all information, we can use networks that exist already if we want to improve the flow of information coming out of this, and just making sure that everyone is on the same page. So there are ways to get that information out, but appreciate staff's work on this. There's still a lot of improvement that needs to be done. And looking at my ward, the challenge is the housing stock is at the age where it needs to be significantly renovated and repaired. And that's expensive. And the challenge is, how do you proceed with those repairs and renovations and not displace people and not negatively impact them, and not welcome them back with rents that have skyrocketed because the landlord now has to pay for those renovations. So this is a very real issue. It's obviously germane to what we're seeing across the city, and I appreciate the work that is being done in this regard. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Egley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Mr. Willis, I just want to say thank you for helping me behind the scenes put together the direction that I'll be introducing when we get to motions and directions. So again, on education pieces. So thank you for that. I want to go back to discussion of the legal fund that I think Councillor Leeper had started. And I believe it was Saeed who said we're kind of trying to figure out maybe a made in Ottawa kind of solution. And the question I have is, could a legal fund to provide advice to tenants be funded out of a modest fee on building permits for the purposes of dem evictions or rent evictions, or anything along those lines? Could a modest fee be included by way of a bylaw? So every time a landlord goes in to do this, there's a small amount paid that goes into a central fund, and then that fund can be used to provide or to cover the costs for providing the legal advice to the tenants.
Mr. Chair, the city is circumscribed under the Building Code Act for what it can use fees for that are imposed at building permit stages. So while we can look at this, I would not be hopeful, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, generally when you're on the screen, it makes me nervous that the answer is probably no, Mr. Mark. But nonetheless, I appreciate that you said it could be looked into. So I'll ask you to do that. Well, I guess we'll keep our fingers crossed as a potential way to address that. And then the other question, I guess, is for Mr. Willis. If I don't see him on the screen, but I'm sure he's there somewhere.
I'm here.
Just out on abundance of caution, because you and I have talked about this offline, but we've talked a lot this morning about outright demolitions of properties and rebuilds. The situation in Manor Village, for example, that's not what it is. It's a gutting of the inside of a building. So taking a 2-bedroom, turning into a 4-bedroom or a 5-bedroom, increasing the rent. I just want to make sure that the letter that is intended to be written, should this pass, to the province, requesting that the Residential Tenancies Act be looked at, the changes be made potentially to legislation, that you're including situations like Manor Village in there as well, not just knocking down a building, but also a scenario where a landlord could gut a building or gut a unit and turn it into more units and generate more income.
So Chair, you know, when we write staff recommendations, we have general language. And I think when we get into the nuance of actually writing the letter, I'm happy because it's coming from the mayor. I'm happy to work with the mayor's office, and I'm sure Saeed will assist in writing this letter. And we can give examples of problems that have been very troubling to council in that letter. And I think that you don't need to change the motion to do that. I think staff will just do it that way.
Okay, no, I appreciate it. I just want that on the record. We've had a number of witnesses from that area. I just want them to know that we've heard them and that we are going to raise their issue at the provincial level. So thank you for that.
And may I just add, I think it's reasonable we ask for input from the council's housing advocate on the wording of that letter as well, just because that's part of what council has asked to be done.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. You turned your camera off instead of your mute off.
Yes, I touched the wrong button. Apologies. Thank you very much. No, it's a lot to take in today, and I think we're going in the right direction. I think there's goodwill. It's heart-wrenching to hear the stories of people who have come forward. So it reminds us what we're working on is real and affects people's lives directly. And of course, it's happening more in the urban core. So that's why we're hearing more about it. But the urban core is getting bigger. And as we look at intensification, I think we're going to see more of these, and we have to be ready. So I think this is preparing for the future very much. And I appreciate the work that Mr. Willis is doing with me, and I shared it with Councillor Lieber just to get a look at it. But we're trying to work on wording for the on rent evictions, and hopefully we'll share it soon once we've got it all firmed up, because it's trying to look at the question is the legal context in terms of the province and what we can do. I guess that's the heart of it. I don't know if Mr. Willis wants to make any more comments on that, but we want to do as much as we can as a city, and I think that's the will. But it's trying to make sure that we can do it. And I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, Chair. I mean, I go back to what I said at the very beginning. Council never likes it when I say this, but when the province has a superior position under law, because they are the senior level of government, we can't intrude into their space. What we're trying to accomplish here is nudge them in the right way, and where we have room, try to make some gains in the space as well to try to address what might be the shortcomings that are there. But the line is there. We can, and I think the staff report says this, you just can't cross the line into their area of jurisdiction. So that's why it's a two-pronged strategy in this report, which is urge them to do more and then act in the areas we can. So I've been working closely with the council trying to get some wording, and it does allow us to explore some of the creative ideas. And again, to the conversation with Councillor Lieber earlier, if Mississauga and Toronto found a way to do it, I absolutely want to know how they did it. And I'm happy to, as I said, there's no shame in borrowing their ideas if they've done it.
Okay, thank you very much. And in terms of education, we've done not a bad job in terms of what we have already on our website, and in terms of what we put out just a year ago on tenant rights and responsibility. I think what we're asking for is just to expand it a bit more, because this is very specific about when people are left without a place and due to renovations, demolitions. And I just want to be direct about this. I'm working, I don't care whose motion is or staff direction. It doesn't matter to me. That's why I put mine aside. I just want to see it happen. can we get that into our website of more specific information in regards to the renovictions and displacements?
So Chair, I've been having some offline conversations with multiple departments. Mr. Saez was reaching to help me answer this question, but I've also had conversations this morning with our colleagues in emergency and protective services as well, who maintain a lot of our information about bylaws and rules and those sorts of things. So I think the logical thing is we're going to go away and work at some new user-friendly language. Multiple departments will be involved. I think we should test drive it with some of the people who've talked to us today in the sector to make sure that they agree it's user-friendly, and then we'll update the information to make it available to people, because we heard loud and clear today, it's hard to navigate your way through and people need help getting the information. So I think that's, I'm not going to get into a formal motion or anything on this. That's just the logic I think we would follow to try to lay this out.
Thank you. And many of us are fortunate to have really great staff who help constituents directly on this stuff, because it's just become a necessary thing to do. But I think we need maybe some training or help with our staff, ourselves too, to educate us to how we can direct people as well, because it's a labyrinth, and we want to make sure we help people. And especially I'm thinking in terms of if we're able to get some kinds of funds to help these people. I don't like thinking we're doing it case by case. I'd like to think that this is something we can do overall. And I'd like to feel confident that we're doing it for as many as we can. So I don't know if I can have some comments on that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. And Chair, yeah, if I could just address that. I think, yes, the city can do better in providing some of those resources online. And I do want to reiterate those some aspects, or some things that the province does. With respect to the legal clinic, they do provide funding specifically for this purpose, to deal with evictions, renovictions, etc. Again, whether that funding is sufficient, that's I'm not commenting on that piece. We have seen a number of referrals to tenants clinics and lawyer referral services as well, and the work that we've been doing. And the Landlord Tenant Board does provide, they have a phone number, and they're supposed to be providing services as well to tenants seeking support. So anything we provide is going to be between what the province is doing, the Landlord Tenant Board, and our place as the municipality.
Okay, so anyway, I hope that we can sort of just add what we already have to what we already have, which I think is helpful, but it's obviously not enough, or we wouldn't be having this conversation. So I'd like to see more direction, and I pulled back my motion because I believe that there's others out there, and I want to just make sure it's all covered off. That's all. If need be, I'll bring it back, but I think it's going to get covered off. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Chair. 2 points. I think first off, just thanks, Keith, for a very creative solution in terms of trying to find a way to fund a defense fund, if we'll call it that. I think Mr. Mark may have misunderstood how that might be funded. It wouldn't be a fee that is a condition of getting a building permit. It is anyone who has a building permit would be required to pay this fee. So I don't want to rule it out of hand, rule it out right away. The second point, folks, is, Chair, I will ask that this new 1C that requires the mayor to write to the province about clearing up the backlog of the tribunal be severed as a nay vote. And I beg you, colleagues, don't support that. What the residents of Ottawa are going to hear is that the city of Ottawa, which is not necessarily the most obvious stakeholder in the workings of a provincial tribunal, is seeking to make it easier for landlords to evict people in a housing crisis. There is very little other room for residents to interpret that a request from a landlords association to clear up backlog at the tribunal is anything other than an attempt to help landlords evict more people more quickly. And I'll vote against it, but it's going to be difficult to explain my participation in a council that would take that step when it's unnecessary to even do. We're not the obvious stakeholder who should be asking for that. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Wouldn't there be a counter argument that delays at the landlord tenant board also impacts tenants who are fighting back against landlords?
Yeah, I don't think that is this association's motivation in asking for the city to weigh in on that.
No, but it could be council's motivation why we would ask that. That's all.
Yep.
All right. I'm just devil's advocate. I like to do that. Like, you know that. We spent an entire hour on Zoom doing that with each other. Councillor Hughley.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to add one more direction, if I may, that I think the whole committee will support. I'd like staff to add the financial implications to this report to any, because there's been a lot of good ideas come up here today, but as we know, everything has a price tag to it. So I'd like this report to capture the financial implications about any of the suggestions that are going to be put in the final report. Would that be acceptable, Chair?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's direction of staff, right? So it's to Steve Willis.
Yeah, Chair, that's reasonable expectation. So we'll certainly do that.
Yeah, you would have had a financial implications section of the report, regardless. I think we'll just make sure that it's.
Yeah, I mean, if just, you know, I think there are things that we have a whole menu of things now. If you have a composite of all the motions and directions, some of them are no cost, some of them are you know, as I said, you know, organizational costs, and some of them would be different. And I think when we report back, we probably should do a fulsome explanation of that to council, so council's aware.
Okay, sounds good. So
perfect. Thank you both.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McKenney. Just as a heads up, we're going to finish this item. We'll take a half-hour break before we start item 2. But we're just finishing this. We'll do the final questions here. We'll run through the directions and motions, and then we'll take a break.
Thank you, Chair, and I won't take long. I've asked questions today and got answers to those questions. Just a couple things. I think that you know, we need to back this up a little bit. When we think about large corporations like Smart Living, we're not talking about little mom and pop landlords, or mom and mom landlords, or pop and pop landlords. It's Pride Month. You know, we're talking about REITs. We're talking about those large investment trust firms that really, these Smart Livings, others like them, they do not remove tenants so that they can renovate. They renovate so that they can remove tenants, right? That's the bottom line here. So I think we need to be really careful that we don't fall into this, we don't want to hurt, my friend who lives down the street who might have like a duplex and is, renting out the other side. These firms are causing significant damage in our communities. And while I can say till I'm blue in the face that the federal government is not doing enough and we've fallen behind, the reality is that we're not going to catch up soon enough. And more people are going to become homeless. People who are retired and don't have pensions that are keeping up with inflation. People who, for whatever reason, lose their jobs, get injured on the job, aren't able to keep up with their rent. So let's keep that in mind when we're talking about what we can do and what we want to do around rent evictions here and displacement. And then I just want to go back to, and then obviously that trickle up effect, it works to a certain point. OCH at one time used to about 2,000 of our households a year used to move on into kind of moderately affordable market rents. That's dropped to below 1,200. So that means 800 units a year don't open up in OCH. So people coming out of shelter have nowhere to go. Like that's where that bottleneck is, because those moderately affordable rental units aren't available. When somebody moves out of a $2,000, $2,500 unit into a $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, and they're out there, that's what's being built right now, and that's what these REITs are actually charging. That gap is too big. That's not people coming out of OCH into 4,000, or even coming out of moderately affordable income into very expensive. So there is that gap. There will always be that gap. That trickle up doesn't go all the way. It goes part of the way, but not all of the way. And then just on the landlord and tenant board, I just want to circle back around on that. I don't believe that it's for the benefit of tenants. I have never, ever had a tenant ask me, and I don't think we've ever had a tenant come before us and ask us to speed up their eviction process, right? So it doesn't, we could go back and ask, but the eviction process is for landlords to be able to get their N13s through quickly or their N12s through quickly. So there are other, I'm not disputing that there are issues with landlord and tenant board. We may not all agree what those issues are, but it isn't tenants asking us to speed up that process. So I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to support that amendment to the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fleury.
I wasn't going to jump back on, but I do feel that, it's unfortunate that Acorn's not here, because I would ask them the same question about the landlord tenant board. And my personal feeling is that they would feel the same way, that if the adjudication would come sooner, there would also be less stress on tenants, even in poor outcomes. Even if the system fails, having a decision sooner is a better option for everyone. And I can speak as chair of OCH. We are that landlord trying to get evictions for some of the most challenging of situations. So when there is a backlog at the landlord tenant board, it affects everyone. Perhaps as a friendly amendment is if we do request that the province intervene with the landlord tenant board, that we specify for land, to remove the backlog in support of tenants and landlords equally, or something of sort, to not. I recognize the challenges some colleagues are in, saying this came from industry and it's polarizing, but why not just amend the direction to specify? We're not here adjudicating on behalf of a particular group, but having a backlog somewhere, it's like the registry, it's like the waiting list. There's no advantage to keeping folks on that housing waiting list. They should be housed. Well, same thing. If there is a process for adjudication of landlord-tenant issue, there's no benefit to anyone that there's a backlog. So I don't know, Mr. Chair, if Councillor Leeper, Councillor McKenney, or others would be amenable to a tweak in the direction to neutralize the environment by which we're asking that, which I see as friendly.
Well, just on that, I mean, I don't want to get bogged down with something that's pulling us apart, where it's supposed to be something that is a benefit, and it's not something that we actually have control over. In April of 2022, the province announced funding to end the backlog, or to reduce the backlog, and to put money, I think $19 million into LTB over the next 3 years. So is it even necessary for us to touch on this? I mean, they're already doing that, unless that didn't happen. I don't know. I didn't follow it. I just know that there was an announcement made that they were focusing on trying to end that backlog. Do we have a comment from staff on that? Like, is it really something that we even need to touch on?
Chair, I don't know that staff can comment on this issue. If I can be helpful to committee and give an idea, maybe committee would, I think, procedurally send the motion forward to council without recommendation and allow staff to use the time between now and council to discuss with different parties to see if there's a wording that would be more amenable, because I don't think we can do it on the fly today.
Sure, do that. There's no there's no impetus to do it today. It's pulling away from the whole point of the report in the first place. I mean, the main point of the report is rent evictions. It's not the landlord tenant board. I don't want to spend so much time bogged down on something than to be divisive on something that is such a smaller element of this entire conversation.
So, Chair, I don't want to overpromise that it may not be possible to do this, but I think committee shouldn't decide on that today, and it should just give us more time to see if we can find some creative wording. Because I acknowledge the concerns Councillor Leeper raised about the optics of the way it's worded. So,
yeah, take your time, come back to us. I'm fine with that. I think committee would be too. Nodding heads, so we're good with there. Okay, thank you, Councillor McKenney. You're good. Fleury, sorry, you're good. Councillor Kitts.
Thanks, Chair. Just one really quick question. Does staff have an idea of how frequent rent evictions are in the city? Because some of the delegations threw a couple numbers out. I didn't see it in the report unless I missed it. So I was just wondering if we had any concrete numbers around that.
So, Chair, I don't know if there's a way to measure it. I mean, and again, it occurs on different scales. Councillor McKenney talked about the large scale ones, which are the most noteworthy, which are the ones that grab our attention. But some of the delegations have talked about some much smaller ones. We had a delegation that talked about an individual, landlord who probably owns 1 or 2 units around town. So again, without asking the question, there's no way of, 2 people coming in, there's no way of tracking this at this stage. So it's only anecdotal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, Councillor Curry.
Yeah, just very quickly, I'm glad for people to have more time to think about this, because I think it would be helpful for people to understand just how how the landlord tenant board impacts our challenges here. And then if we understood it better, I think people would be able to support what we go forward. It's not just about a backlog, it's about the role that they play, because they do the eviction in the end or not, they approve it. So I think it would be helpful for us to all get more information so we understand it better. Thanks.
Thanks. It seems that the LTV thing was in Bill 109, so we know that got approved. So I don't know. Again, it might seem a non-starter, asking the province to do something they've already done. It just might not be necessary. Anyway, so we'll move on to the motions that we have. So I realize that some of them haven't been introduced. In fact, all we've really formally introduced is the first one, which is the Councillor Gower technical amendment. So I don't think it needs to be read again. It's just replacing one element with something else, just to ensure that it's a bit more reflective of what the report actually says and does. So on that Councillor Gower motion that he introduced earlier, is that carried?
Carried.
Thanks. And then I'm just going to take an order that I have here. So it's not exactly in order of motions and then directions. It's all mixed in. So we have the 2 directions from Councillor McKenney. I'll ask them to introduce those. Tenant Defense Fund Program and Proactive Tenant Education Program.
Yes, thanks, Chair. This has been the discussion of, or the subject of much discussion, but just that staff be directed to review the scope and impact of a tenant defense fund, of tenant defense funds in other municipalities such as Hamilton and Toronto, and report back to in the next term of council on their findings, including potential costs and logistics of implementing a similar program in Ottawa.
Thanks. Any questions or comments with regard to that? Yeah, Councillor Brockington.
This might be already covered, but when the councillor says including costs, if there are revenue sources that those municipalities draw from to offset, I assume that will be included in the report, but that's what I'm looking for in addition to the other bits.
Yeah, so the full picture.
Yeah, Chair, I think between that and the Councillor Hubley's direction, when we look at financial implications, if there's offsets, we would always look at offsets.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So can we accept that direction? Staff accept that direction?
Yes, Chair.
Perfect. Thank you. Next direction on the Proactive Tenant Education Program.
Thank you, Chair. This one, that staff be directed to implement a proactive tenant engagement program, which would provide early intervention and support through education to enable tenants to understand their rights under the Residential Tenancy Act, This would be triggered when there are changes in the building permit or zoning bylaw official plan amendment applications for multi-residential properties, reports of buyouts, and N13 notices.
Thank you. Any questions, comments on that one? See none. So, Councillor Rockington.
Sorry, can I just get a sense? I don't know what the annual volume is for these types of applications and initiatives. There was talk about whether the city should be responsible or whether the owner should be on landlords to get the information out. Do we have the capacity, staff capacity, to do this work? What I'm reading from the direction is we are going to do it, as opposed to, can you study it and come back to us with your findings to allow us to make a final decision?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Chair, because this is a direction, I have to say that I read and I agree with the councilor's comments that it does read that you will do this, but because it's direction, I read this as coming back with a report, okay, as to how this might be done, as opposed to actually now going out to do it.
And Chair, if I may add to Mr. Mark, I view, even though we're looking at these as a series of individual directions, there's a cumulative effect of everything here together that I would see us reporting in a cohesive manner on a number of these different items. It may be one, it may be two reports. We'll have to work on it just because of committee jurisdiction too. So we'll figure that out, and we'll be looking at the implications. Again, we've been asked to look at the implications on resources for everything that's before you today.
That I appreciate that. I strongly support the need for better education. I just need to get a better sense from staff how this would look like if we were to take that on. So thank you.
Thank you. So accepted as direction. Thank you, Steve. So similarly, a direction from Councillor Eglai, just in that same vein.
Yep, thank you. And thank Mr. Wills for helping me with this. It's staff in planning, real estate, and economic development examine the ways to ask building permit applicants about impacts to tenants and provide that information to housing services so that information can be provided to tenants on their rights under the Residential Tenancies Act.
Any questions or comments on that one? Or can staff accept that as direction?
Chair, just again upfront to manage expectations, as I said, there are privacy challenges, but staff are more than willing to try to figure out what we can do. So that's I did work with Councillor Eglai. We're committed to working on it.
Perfect. Thank you. And now there are two. Well, I never saw the 1C. Oh, that's right. I just talked about that. We're gonna come back to that. Never mind. Forget it. I'm in my own head. Okay, so we have a motion from Councillor Fleury and a motion from Councillor Kavanaugh. They do have a similar relationship with one another, that they are both rooted in Acorn's desire to see the anti-displacement policy. So Councillor Fleury first with a legal review.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if you're okay, we can go therefore be it resolved. It's in relation to the Raven Law legal analysis. So therefore be it resolved that committee directs City Legal Department to review the submitted legal opinion, I name it here, to see if further action outlined in the opinion can be taken by the City of Ottawa to protect tenant rights, issue a memo to City Council prior to the report review of tools and prohibited prevention be presented at Council for consideration. So basically getting a memo before Council. I believe our legal team member, Mr. Shroom, did provide comfort with that earlier.
Yeah, understanding is that there's a bit of a legal disagreement as to some of the policies here. So trying to shore that up before Council is, I believe, the intent of this motion.
Correct.
So any questions on the motion? Seeing none, can we carry that? Great, thank you. And then following a motion from Councillor Kavanaugh on renovictions as well. Councillor Kavanaugh?
Yeah. I think there's some similarities here, but
exactly, yeah.
We can go back right down to the therefores. Okay. So I've been working with Steve Willis on this, and he's been back and forth with legal services on it in the context of study of adoption and implementation of a bylaw under section 99.1 of the Municipal Act discussed in recommendation 2, assess the legality and the feasibility of the city imposing tools to give specific relief to tenants, such as requirement of 1-to-1 ratio replacement of affordable units in the development. I'm just reading it quickly. Providing tenants temporary accommodation or rental top-up in similar units of the same number of bedrooms during construction, etc. When so they're not displaced. Offering existing tenants the right of first refusal on new units of same rent and number of bedrooms. Offering moving costs assistance above and beyond what is required under the Residential Tenancy Act to the actual cost of the move at the best price available in the community.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments on that one? Seeing none, so can we carry that item?
Carried.
Carried, thank you. So that, unless I'm missing something, I think that's all the motions and directions on item 1. So we'll go back to the report in front of us. If anyone has any comments or questions, everyone's good? We're good to do the final recommendation on this? Okay, so the report in front of us is that the Joint Committee of Community Protective Services and Planning recommend council request the mayor on behalf of council write to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, asking the province to protect existing tenants and affordable housing, rental housing stock by updating the Residential Tenancies Act 2006 and other relevant legislation such as the Building Code Act 1992 with the objective to A, further prevent and prohibit instances of rent evictions and protect existing affordable rental housing stock, and B, specifically address through legislative changes the instance specified in motion 4418, where when a landlord undertakes renovations to rental property and then replaces the evicted tenants with those who would pay higher rents after the renovations are completed. And 2, direct planning, real estate and economic development and community and social services staff as a joint departmental work plan item, explore the feasibility and identify potential resource implications to the adoption and implementation of bylaw under section 99.1 of the Municipal Act to prohibit without replacement the full or partial demolition or conversion of residential and rental housing of 6 or more units without a permit issued by the city, possibly by amending the demolition control bylaw, and report back by Q2 2023. So that plus the amendments. So as amended, is the report carried?
Carried.
Great.
Thank you. So we're going to take it's 2:18 right now. I'm going to say let's come back at 2:50, and we will begin item number 2, inclusionary zoning status update and direction. Thank you.